Greetings, everybody. My name is CoinStamp. Let me just do one slight thing here. My name is Coin. Welcome back to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Last time, we finished up the EX quests and began working on the regular quests, and we got started on Weapon Connoisseur. We're still on that now. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Before we begin, go ahead and toggle that. I would like to thank Michael DS, Mr. Rowan Darcy, and Brightwellat for the continued subscriptions that have run into this month's cycle. And while we don't have any current one-off donations for this month's cycle, I would like to thank Rasby for last month's donation, as that contribution has helped me a lot, more than I can possibly express. Now that I have gotten the thank yous out of the way, let us go ahead and do the usual stream thing where we figure out, where I have to re-thingamajig the camera. Alrighty. So, as you can see, of course, because I was busy grinding, parts, we did lose quite a few weapons. I also picked up some new ones, mainly, the Demon Carver. I managed to bump into a Blade Master or a Foot Soldier that had one of these. So I'm just gonna go ahead and take the picture of that now. And my intention today is to continue with the Weapon Connoisseur quest, and afterwards we should be able to start knocking out quests one by one. Let's see. Without further ado, I'm pretty sure we're good to get started. I've got all the stuff turned on. Firebot is on. Social Stream Ninja is on, which I will have to update after this stream. Oh, and happy Pride Month, everybody. Happy Pride Month. We have the emotes. I showed them off the last stream, but I'm more than happy to show them again. I'm still working on learning what I need to learn for animating an emote or animating a picture, basically. But once I've learned what I need to learn, I can begin work on the other Pride emote that I will be putting in the animated emote slot. Because any new emotes we have are definitely going to be based on what I can put in the animated slots. I have 3 of those, so if I want to fill them, no time like the present. I do have plenty of bit badges, though. I have plenty of those kinds of slots. I need to recolor. I intended to recolor one and got partially distracted and partially in my own head, so I will be uploading a new bit badge probably in time for tomorrow. It's just a simple recolor. We'll kind of go from there. All right, let's actually get started. I've jabbered at everybody long enough. Now, I think I put out a post for this, but I did have to go ahead and pick up the new quest. We kind of basically lost power. We did lose power at the end, of the last stream. I mean, it was bound to happen. My apologies for doing that, but it wasn't my intention to do so. I don't know if the correct answer would be, oh, I hear thunder, I should try to wrap up stream, or I hear thunder, we should push as long as we can. I don't know. I don't know what the right answer to that is. You guys have been through this as much as I have. There have been many times where I have successfully streamed through a severe thunderstorm, and there are only really a handful of times where the power went out. Oops. It happens. Now, we need to go find a wind cleaver. I think the best way to do that is going to be at the Yiga clan hideout. I think that's going to be a good place to go. There will be plenty of blade masters there, and those have the wind cleavers. We could also chance it by just quite literally roaming the Hyrule field for them, but I would rather just go to the tap, straight to the source. Nothing like a second good cup of hot coffee. Go ahead and get the durable one out. And of course, I can actually now use the demon carver since we actually since I actually have snapped it on camera for you. I didn't know how long it would be until I got another demon carver, so I thought I would, you know, take it anyway. But yeah, we're one episode away from 60, guys. I would like for the 60th episode to be, you know, the start of DLC 2, but I kind of suspect the Weapon Connoisseur quest is gonna, you know, make us take a little bit longer than expected. I'm just gonna... I'm just gonna shock them. And if we see another one of them, we're gonna do the exact same thing. Yeah, I don't think you guys are really gonna be doing any of that. Oh man, yeah, you guys are totally not doing that. We are multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube, so if you guys want to say hi to each other, feel free. And I have still not started work on the React content yet. I'm kind of waiting for I'm sourcing a few funny like clips. I'm sourcing a few funny short things I can use for the express purpose of the video edits. Once I have those, you know, I'll begin work on it, because what can I say? I happen to like Mrs. Lapine's, aka Shoeonhead's, videos. She's got her, even though some of the things that Miss Shoeonhead, I should say Mrs. Shoeonhead, are kind of sensational. But they're over the top for a reason. They're meant to be for a bit. She's very good at those. So, yeah, I would like to, like, do more with the React content than just react to things. The general sentiment I'm finding is you should transform it somehow. And that means finding my own stuff I can use. Let me jump on the pot. And I guess I'll do this. I know they didn't all just, like, leave their hideout and literally go in search of me for revenge. I know that literally did not happen, right? This is where we learned that they totally did do that. I actually think they did. I actually think we did, in fact, cause that to happen. I guess it's actually kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't think that the Giga Clan hideout would depopulate. You know how it is in games. You know, the commander will say something like, the commander will definitely not cough. The commander will say something like, get in there. If we go into the head of the maw of the beast and slay the leader, everyone else should scatter. 5 minutes later, I killed the leader, but as it turns out, the enemies are still spawning there. What gives? Usually it's like in case of an MMO or something. In that case, you know, I get it. It makes sense. I'm not saying something that's, you know, totally out of bounds or anything. Of course, in an MMO, if you go into the Maw of the Beast, aka a hideout or something, and kill the enemy leader, the enemy isn't gonna scatter. Why? Well, because it's an MMO. You need to populate these things for the next person to be told, go into the Maw of the Beast and kill the leader. And that'll cause the rest of them to scatter like flies to the wind. Something like that, anyway. Insert some stoic quote here. Ah, yes. I'm forgetting. Right, I shouldn't use a Rivali's Gale here. That's gonna be a, Oh, I know this. You don't go this way. Right? Yeah, you like, come in. Yeah, you can't even, like, drop into that. I'm sure you actually could drop, like, fly into that. Let's see. It would help if I actually threaded the needle properly, wouldn't it? Yeah, I have to face the camera backwards, so 1, 2, 3. Okay. Precision, just like this. Oh, well, you know what? I'll take this. We never actually went back here. I mean, that's 300 units of money. Let's make that 600 units of money. I'm pretty sure you burn these. Yeah, okay. So... And what about this one? We'll have to go get another ancient bow and spend, like, several hundred rupees. Okay, yeah, this is fake. Did we have to find a tapestry last time? I think we might have. I think this was, like, the only way to go. Ah, yes. There's, like, there's something that you could, like, burn to get past. I actually think, okay, so my plan for this clearly failed. I think we will have to go, actually, and, just do something else, or, like, just travel the field and wait for a Yiga clan member. I hate to have to do this, but what I'm going to have to do is go to the tower, and I'm going to have to take a quick bathroom break because nature is not giving me much time to answer one of her calls. So here I'm going to throw up a quick... let's say a minute. I guess not exactly quick. I'm gonna throw up a minute and 30 seconds for the advert here. And I should be done from the bathroom by then. Normally this would be 30 seconds, but well, the call is pretty serious this time around. So anyway, I'm gonna go do that, and I'll be back with you guys in just a minute. See you guys then. Sorry about that, folks. Nature's Call is pretty serious, as it turned out. Just double check. I sure hope everything is working. I think we'll find out soon enough. Alright. Let's go fish for a wind cleaver, shall we? If I had known, that it was going to ask for wind cleaver, I would have definitely have, actually, we should probably stick to a main road, because the Yiga clan like to show up on main roads. Yeah, like, no place is safe. It is what you should take away from, you know, defeating Master Koga. The Yiga clan make things, really complicated, and we do have to fish this out. I was a little worried about that, but it's fine. Let's just open it and get it done. Yay! Alright, on to the main road. It probably definitely increases with frequency at night. And let's call our horse. But before, I wasn't expecting an immediate ambush. Man, it seems like everything is trying to keep me from playing the game. And one last attack from the Demon Carver. Should do it. Let's give our horsey friend a treat for, you know, putting up with that. Sorry, I felt another sneeze come on. Good girl. All right. Also, did we get a picture of the wind cleaver? I'm pretty sure we did. Yes. Oh, actually, what we should do, because we're not going to be teleported in anyway, is we should go back and then bring our horse with us. Unless our horse is going to be unable to come with us, in which case we should park it outside. Well, you know, that didn't take too long. It literally, the second we hopped on the main road and started walking, we got our wind cleaver. I would definitely recommend killing Master Koga before this step of the quest, or you're gonna struggle. And we have to wait until morning. No, I don't want to do that. Get on the horse. I don't think this thing can come on steps. Let's see. Nah, those steps are fine. Ah, so you're limited to like a subtle trot in town. That's fine. Oh, we have a stable for the horse? We got a stable for the horse, don't we? Yep, we sure do. Isn't that nice? I didn't think that was a stable, but it is. I suppose we'll be able to park the motorcycle there if we want to. All right. Come on, game. We got a small child to show a big, large cleaver. For demonstrative purposes only, of course.
Sure, Jan.
For demonstrative purposes, he says. Sure, Jan. Absolutely. Oh, man. So how was everyone's weekend? I, pretty much spent my weekend, you know, hanging out with friends generally. One of them was sick, so we couldn't do the tabletop thing. But, we played some, party games together. Like, some tabletop party games. As well as... Okay, where is this... Right, I realize I have to wait for noon. Sit until noon. Yeah, the kids are still asleep in the morning. Makes sense. If you don't have school or something like that, you don't need to be up early. You can pretty much sleep whenever. Alright. Now let's get our kid. Hey, huh? Isn't that the wind cleaver? So cool, let me see. Pulls blade out of sheath. Whoa, looks strong. Wow, I saw one just like that in a book. Thanks for letting me see. Take this as a thank you. Oh, the last step of the previous quest before the power went out, it was 50 rupees. So now we're getting into the 100 rupee rewards. That was for my grandpa. He always said, give it to the one who could show you the real deal. So don't worry about it. All right. Grandpa said he wanted to see... Oh, I remember now. Have you heard of the Ancient Battle Axe Plus? Grandpa said you can't find those around here. If you get a hold of one, let me see it. I'm sorry, I'm pretty sure my mic did not get muted there. I did not mean to... I'm usually pretty good about muffling that, but sometimes I'll like actually depress the button to mute the mic and it won't do it. Same thing with unmuting it. The Blue Yeti mic, for as sensitive as it is, apparently this particular one's buttons are not that sensitive. I kind of have to confirm the press. It's got to be a nice firm press. No weak limp-wristed press will do it. No sir, no ma'am. So we got to find a Wind Axe Plus. Well, that's going to be... Is that a modest test of strength? Try to think of all of the, like, combat shrines that we've gotten. That's a minor. I think the plus is a modest or moderate test of strength. Because we got the major, a modest test. I'm trying to find one. It would be like over here where there are major, modest, minor, and we got the teaching, right? 3 boxes, trial of passage. And we have sunken scoop. Yeah, so we have major, modest, minor follows the naming convention, and we've got the teaching. There is nothing else. So I want to say it's a modest test of strength that gives us the plus. And if I'm... Let's see. Yeah, we've got room. You know what we should do first? We should go get a new ancient bow so that when our current one breaks, we're not out an ancient weapon. Because the ancient weapons don't conduct electricity, and that might be useful later. If you guys want to follow along with any quests that we're doing today, you can type in !BOTWMAP. For you guys on YouTube, you should be able to do the same thing, but you'll need to type star or asterisk BOTWMAP instead. All the YouTube commands are pretty much, they're separate commands so that people on YouTube aren't, like, confused. Yep. If there was already a timer that comes around, that comes around once an hour. You can always wait for that timer as well if you want to, like, I guess not type in anything or not be confused by anything. Let's go ahead and grab the ancient bow for 1,000. That's done. Now let's go to a modest test of strength. It doesn't matter which one. The tests reset during a blood moon, if I'm not mistaken. So as long as a blood moon has happened, you should be good to go. Also, there are a few shrines we'll need to go back in later and grab all the chests for. I've apparently missed them, so if you'll notice, let me try to find one. It'll mainly be in any like a puzzly type, shrine. Yeah, this one here. Notice this one has a chest in front of it, and this one does not. Yeah, there is a chest, at least one chest, that we have not managed to find yet. As soon as we find them all, then the chest icon will appear. So I'll have to, like, take a tally of all the ones that I don't have all the chests for, and then in a later episode, we can go and clean those up as well. It might be when we're clod hopping to the various shrines in DLC 2. It might be when we're doing the monster camp cleanup. I'm an idiot. I only needed to go here. I don't know why I just jumped off the cliff. It's habit. It's habit. I haven't ground up anything in the past 2 days. But I do intend to make another attempt at the fast method for star fragments, because we need 80 of those bad boys. At least that's according to my spreadsheet that I'm using anyway. I might be able to find a video that, like, lists that stuff instead, and if it's, like, reputable, I'll go with that. Yeah, we don't need to be here. Just need to find one with an axe. Like that one. Just do it like this. Wait a second. I've been practicing some parries in my off time, actually. Just gonna get the wind cleaver ready. What? Okay, I'm clearly messing it up. I was parrying Lionel's like a pro But I guess these are not Lionels, are they? It's fine. That's too early. It has to be like almost last minute. That was too far away. I'm gonna fight it normally and not risk doing things a different way. She should probably use the Demon Carver here. Okay, you're gonna start the whole... Oh, we're not at half health or less yet? Alright. I think this is our axe right here. Did not take us long to get. You just gotta know where everything is. And it's nice that the game gives you this sort of stuff. Actually, provided that we don't lose too many weapons from fighting a whole bunch of guardians, we could definitely go and grab some more once this is over. Because we're kind of running... We could stand to pick up a few guardian weapons. That said, we don't need to be here anymore. Let's get out of here. We don't get anything other than a quick warp out. If we talk to the monk again, I'm pretty sure. Just double check things. Nope, nothing new on the activity feed. All right, let's go find our small child, and we can get our next reward, which I'm pretty sure is still 100 rupees. Isn't that an ancient battle axe plus? Nice, nice. Let me see. Wow. Deny. That should have been... Oh, Saribot is gone. I will have to look at that over break. I have Kumabot Defender, but not Saribot. I do not know where that has gone. I hope I don't have to summon it again. But I can handle it. Modbot, or Automod, is pretty good about letting me hold that stuff. It's even more amazing than I even imagined. Yay! No worries. My Gramps told me to give it to the person that teaches you how to fight. Close enough. The next one, what should I... got it. Have you ever heard of the Frost Spear? So when my grandpa was young, he looked for it, but couldn't find it. So please, if you find it, please let me see it. A Frost Spear, eh? Now this one I don't know. So I don't know offhand. So I am going to go ahead and look it up. Because I have a lot of things available on tap, but where to find specific weapons is usually not part of it. Namika Oz, Incredible Hells, Spring of Wisdom, where you free Daedra. Oh, if you've already gotten these, 4 respawnable sources of Frost Spears, Ice Breath Lizalfos in a Skull Camp, Harf in the Stalnox and Harfin Valley. Okay, I think I kind of know where that is. That's Martha's Landing. There's Harfin Valley. So if we wait until nightfall, we can grab the spear. Having this type of stuff definitely helps. And no, the interactive map wouldn't help you. Maybe the coordinate map might, because it can track objects and actors and things of that nature, but I don't know for certain. If you guys do want to access the coordinate map, it is !BOTWCOORDMAP. That's Breath of the Wild Cord Map. BOTWCOORDMAP. If you guys are on YouTube, use asterisk instead, and that will get you the same information. That's if you want to get all fancy and have like coordinates and stuff. Or you want to know specifically, if you don't want like a smattering of articles, you want like the raw data, the raw information. The coordinate map is specifically better at that. It even has, I will say I do use the coordinate map for determining, like, I used it when I was trying to suss out the remaining Koroks, you know, figure out, like, do a count over which 10 or so we're missing. Because a lot of times when you're looking at like a generic regional map, it gets really difficult to kind of like follow. Even the interactive map, it's kind of really hard to keep up with the number of Koroks that are between regions. So having the coordinate map is pretty nice for that. Hey there, Andra Vojic. Pretty sure that's how you say that. If you have something else you would prefer me use, let me know. But welcome on in, sir and or ma'am. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well today in both health and spirit, or body and mind. And I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. We are setting up a frost spear. We're at the tower, right? Yeah, we're at the tower. Let's go ahead and put a pin here. We are completing quests before we start the Ballad of the Champions DLC. And we want them all cleared out before we do so. Because once we complete DLC 2, we'll pretty much be taking one last tour of Hyrule, and then we're gonna beat the game. It'll probably take us a couple episodes to like get to that point, but that's the roadmap. Hopefully, again, you are doing well today, especially given the dark geopolitical climb of the world. And if you want to lurk, that's totally fine. If you want to chit chat, that's also totally fine. But whatever you do, I hope you enjoy your stay. Yes, gentlemen, I'm very keenly aware that you would like to come after me. I think I would prefer you didn't. Thank you very much. You don't beat the game until 100%? Nope. That's a core gimmick. Whenever I've streamed games, I'm generally a action adventure game / RPG game enthusiast. I try to do everything in the game. as much as I reasonably can. So yeah, 100%. I don't put stuff like that in the title because it doesn't do particularly very well, algorithmically speaking. Twitch and YouTube don't seem to like it when you put parts or too much information in the title. It has to be unique. And typically, if it's less than, like, say, 5 words, that would be even better. If and you don't mind my asking, Andr Vojic, how familiar are you with Breath of the Wild, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild? Is it a game you've played before, or are you kind of new to it? I've had all walks of people come in and with all sorts of levels of experience with the game, and I'm always curious where my audience is in terms of their exposure to the games being that I'm streaming. If I need to take more of a this is what I'm doing and this is how I do it approach, versus we can just talk about the game. Lurking and listening while you drive to work. Thank you for lurking and listening, Housequaker. Much appreciated. Enjoy your lurk, stay safe, and drive safe. Nice. We definitely... Hello, Mr. Stallnox. I'm not even sure we've killed you yet. Oh, even though it got protected, I still got knocked down. Good to know. Andr Vojic on Twitch says, I have played this game alongside with Tears for a really long time. Cool. So have you beaten the game, like, multiple times then? At least once? Is that what I should be grasping or getting from that sentence? That's awesome. I'm glad you've found enjoyment in the game. I'm just curious if that means you've also beaten it. With this particular stream Let's Play, if I go through and actually do everything, and, finally defeat Ganon, this will be my first time beating it. I have played the game before. I have seen a lot of the stuff in the game before. I have seen what's inside Master Mode. So I have, like, a good grasp of everything, but circumstances that were way different a few years ago when I was streaming this game then kept me from beating it then. And my audience voted to have me rectify that mistake this time, so that's what I'm doing. You have beaten it, that's awesome. And you did 60% of the Koroks? That sounds like just the right number to get all the weapon slots. Would that be accurate? That's probably a good percentage of them to have completed, and this is just a pro tip for anyone who is considering playing Breath of the Wild. There are 3 flavors of how many Koroks you should collect. I would say 30 to 35% is enough to get you through the game, generally. Because especially if you're new to the game and you break weapons often, and even you even break shields often, you won't have to worry about weapon durability. Promise. As you get better at the game, you'll want to get more up to the full amount. And of course, the titular third number is always a choice between none of them or all of them. I, of course, have already completed all of them, and we've got a nice shiny mound of poop as a result. And it is poop. It's not some weird thing. There was an interview done by 3 devs off the Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild development team, and they were like, yeah, we never really intended for people to, like, take this seriously. The Koroks were always... The collection quest from the Koroks was always a joke. And they were like, what can we do to show the world that we are definitely 12-year-olds? Oh, I know. Insert poop joke here. While me personally,
Me not that kind of orc.
many people would probably find it very funny. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. That would be my timer for the ads on Twitch. We do take 3-minute commercial breaks here. I only take 3-minute commercial breaks every hour. There will be a timer on the intermission screen and everything. I structure the breaks in such a way that I definitely encourage everybody to get up, grab a snack, grab a drink, and what have you. I gotta find some way to beat the pre-roll, get the amount of stretching I'm supposed to get to keep DVT at bay, and do a whole bunch of other stuff, and this is the best solution I could think of. But that is also my cue to do a little bit of the free shills. If you guys like the content and hadn't considered doing so already, please consider following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube. And it looks like Twitch chat is having a little bit of an issue. Thank you so much for the follow. We do keep follows anonymous around here. The only thing will be the text that is on the screen right now. Much appreciated. Please enjoy all the benefits that come with the free package, the free benefits package, including the free follower emotes, as well as, access to the Discord, which I'll go ahead and do right now. It's a pretty nice, quiet community I have on my Discord, but if you guys do want to join the Discord, we share pictures, we talk about stuff, and the most important thing, we vote on our Discord. Anyone who's on the Discord can vote on things like what to do next in the game, what game are we playing next. It's a place where you guys can chat at me freely, without some other medium getting in the way. The only thing is Discord. Even direct messages. It's like the best place to get a hold of me is on the Discord. And most of our other benefits packages are Discord related. So if you want to join the Discord, you want to vote on things, the Discord is where it's at. I have linked it. Feel free to join or don't. Your choice. I never want to force anyone to do things here, but I thought I would go ahead and try to shill that at the beginning as well. So that we're not listening to combat music, let's try to get this done and dusted quick. Without also flubbing up the combat. I see you doing that. Stop that. I'll take that frost spear, thank you very much. And the free wood. I'll also take that. Alright. And there is a blood moon as well. This game just gets better and better. Let's go back to the shrine and rest before the break. It should be coming up in the next minute and some odd seconds. When that happens, I will also be away from my desk. Again, it's to encourage everybody to take a break at the same time I'm taking a break. Because I know we all hate ads, and the only reason I run the ads in the first place is, for pre-roll protection. Because nobody likes pre-roll. Ooh, can we set it to morning? We might be able to. We might be able to. There should be a blood moon happening first. Yes, there should be a blood moon happening first. And then it'll set it to morning. Good. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's quickly exchange this. I probably have less than 60 seconds, so I'm gonna, I forget it's gotta be the afternoon. The kids are still sleeping. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna sit by the fire and we'll take a commercial break right then and there. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. As you can see, that was the commercial break. 3 minutes. Timer on the screen. When it comes back, when the timer like winks out, you know, basically within, I'd say 60 seconds, I should be back. I happen to be responding to a communique on my phone, so I wasn't like waiting in anticipation like I normally do. But yeah, I know Weapon Connoisseur is a quest that takes a long time to do. It takes an incredible long time to do. Hey, huh? Isn't that the Frost Spear? It is. You remembered our promise. Go ahead, little one. Just don't touch the frozen part of the blade. Wow, so awesome, so cool. Gramps will flip when he hears I saw this. 300 rupees. Don't be so modest. I got it from my grandpa, so think of it as a thank you from him. The next one, what should I... got it. So have you heard of the ancient short sword? Grandpa said you can't find those around here. An ancient short sword, you say? Luckily for you, I've got a printing press. A 3D printer for just such a thing. I mean, Cherry is basically a 3D printer, so there you go. She just 3D prints in hot metal.
Oh, give it a rest.
Yeah, Cherry is a forge. She's not a 3D printer. She's not a 3D printer. Trust me. But the analogy is nice, isn't it? That's kind of the thing with analogies. I find that you have to be a little bit careful when you use them. Because if you aren't careful when you use them, the things that you are comparing to one another can sometimes lose just a little bit of their meaning if the comparison is not paid attention to seriously. So we can get any weapon we want. We can print a short sword. They're pretty easy to get. Just go ahead and grab them. Let's just make sure we don't have to... We do have to take pictures of these. Alright, let's go turn it into our lovely child. You know the one. And then we could maybe finally move on to a new quest. Because boy is it getting tiresome trying to find weapons for this kid. I think the ancient short sword is the last one. I'm almost confident it's the last one. And then we can, like, you know, finally put this to bed. I hope everybody liked the thumbnail today. If you guys are, you know, patron, or if you're patron members or coffee members, or you are a subscriber on Twitch, you do get my thumbnails in advance before the stream goes live, and they are exclusive for 24 hours, and then they become available to the public. I'm usually pretty good about keeping those thumbnails up to date. Right, it's this short sword, and we've already gone way too far up. Alright, Neb. Hey, huh? Isn't that the ancient short sword? So cool, let me see. You got it, kiddo. Don't cut yourself. It looks like a gun blade. Wow, it's the real thing. I gotta tell Gramps about this one. Thank you. Yeah, this has to be the end of the quest, because we get a diamond for it. That was for my grandpa. He always said, give it to the one who could show you the real deal, so don't worry about it. Thanks for showing me so many things. I'm sure my grandpa is super happy, wherever he is. Bye. What? Oh, wherever he is now? Oh, they didn't tell the children about the afterlife. That's kind of a shame, but it's fine. Now we're gonna take a quick poke around and just look for any other quests that might be here. Luckily, I have a nice map that can help me with that. Just make sure it is the correct one. Yep, we got the bargain, we got the homeowner one. We got the from the ground up, that's Terrytown. We have the connoisseur. We have a gift for my beloved. It should already be done. Yes. Then we've got slated for upgrades. That should already be done. And sunshroom sensing. Yes. So the last quest that's here outside of I want to say it's... Okay, yeah, there's actually one more quest, and it's up by the sheep ranch, which we've never actually visited. So let's go and do that now. Look, we might as well get it all out of the way. If we don't have to come back here except for, you know, dyeing our equipment or something like that, that ought to be good. On Mao, W, welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You are just in time. We're about to go grab the last quest out of Hateno Village, and that's hopefully going to be pretty easy to turn in. Have I played Tears of the Kingdom? No, I have not. However, assuming that people vote on it accordingly in the Discord server, when we get ready to, like, change out the game after we've fully completed this one, Tears of the Kingdom will be the next one on the plate. The reaction votes have not changed pretty much the entire time. I'm pretty sure our ranch is, like, over here. But I do intend on playing it. Again, assuming people vote on it. It looks like your username. Ah, okay. So same. Okay. So Andrew Vojic, you are now on Mal W. No, not a problem. Thank you for letting me know that it's updated as well. Much appreciated. Let me make sure Twitch hasn't, like, modified the name. Yeah, that's not a problem. I know Tears of the Kingdom is supposed to be pretty good. Hello, mister. And I believe my sibling is the one who has the copy of the game. So, one of the reasons why there is a long-term vote item on my Discord channel, all my vote items go on the voting for content sub-channel in my Discord server, is specifically so that you guys have a lot of time to help decide what the next game might be. And if it's Tears of the Kingdom, I gotta go get the cartridge for my sibling. That's kind of a big deal. It's kind of a whole process. I don't own it myself, but my sibling does. And my sibling and I have already arranged a cartridge swap. If you guys actually vote on it, like we've already agreed on it and everything, we just gotta, like, narrow down the time for a physical visit or an exchange. Hello, Talk. Hello. I didn't know Link could say hello like that. Hello. I think we talked to this lovely lady. Hey, you. What do you want? Oh, don't act so clueless. Although, fine. You seem harmless enough. Forgive me, I've just been on edge with all these monsters running around. They come up from Hateno Beach to steal my sheep. If someone doesn't do something soon, I won't have any left. Now, on Mount W, since I believe you said that you played both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, do you have a preference between the two? I've actually I think I have, like, a near 50-50 recollection of answers between all the people I've ever asked this. Some say they prefer Breath of the Wild, others say they prefer Tears of the Kingdom. It's like same engine, same type of game, just different story, different mechanics, that sort of thing is really the only thing separating Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. So I think it's not a terrible question, to ask for a preference between the two. I'm not, like, asking for an apples to oranges comparison. Maybe more like a apples to pears comparison. Taste similar, different skin, different species. The sheep rustlers, eh? Till every last monster is defeated. Well, that one should be pretty easy to track. We just go and find a specific encampment and clear them out. It's not the most sophisticated quest tracker in the world, but at least as far as quests that have specific locations associated with them, this one's serviceable. It's serviceable enough. Just gonna go down here. It's probably, I'm looking at it right there. Now, honestly, I never ask my audience a question I couldn't answer myself. Unfortunately for me, this particular one I actually legitimately cannot answer. Because I've never played Tears of the Kingdom. I've only seen the gameplay. I only have my siblings' accounts or the accounts of people on the internet to go off of, so I can't actually answer it. But what I will say is I've enjoyed what I've played of Breath of the Wild. And I know Tears of the Kingdom is quite like this game. It is a sequel to this game. So, with any hope, I should like it almost the same. Maybe the Koroks or, like, the inconveniences that come along with the multiple maps might make me change my mind. On Mount W on Twitch says, I feel like Tears of the Kingdom is more sandboxy, more open, so it's more replayable. Even though Breath of the Wild probably has better gameplay, you prefer Tears of the Kingdom? That's fair. That's definitely fair. Because I know about, like, the hand fuse and, like, the Zonai devices. Like, I know it's like a building workshop. And your imagination is kind of... I'm sorry, let me backtrack that. Your imagination and the limitation of the game's physics are, by and large, the only real things stopping you from building anything you want in Tears of the Kingdom. Now, I typically struggle with games like that. To give you an idea of what I'm talking about, when it comes to games like Minecraft, I tend to hover around in creative mode with those sorts of games. Because I'm more interested in building the thing as opposed to playing survival horror. Or, like, a survival type game. That's usually what I'm more interested in. Okay, and then there should only be 2 of them left. Okay, let's go sort out... Just sort out the lootables real quick. Nice. Ooh, we could do this maybe. Yeah, I don't think so, gentlemen. You guys aren't getting anywhere past the crowd controls. Sorry. Let's clear out some of the cheaper weapons. I think that'll do it. I believe this specific quest is designed to teach you about encampments, assuming that you didn't bother visiting any of them in the plateau area. I should also, like, go ahead and clear the air regarding what kind of stream this is. While I am, this is a Let's Play, so we are kind of going through the game. I'm also kind of trying to structure this like a Chugga Conroy Let's Play, which means there are deep dives into more specific things, or a lot of times I'm trying to, like, show people better ways to do things that don't involve glitching for the most part. Although Chugga Conroy does talk about glitches with his Let's Play, so that's definitely a space where I feel I could learn things from. You gotta eat these at some point. So it's not just gonna be me, like, talking about random things. I try to have a purpose. More of a purpose about what exactly I'm talking about. But we also discuss some real-world stuff here, too. Philosophy, religion, politics. My only rule about any of that is that people are respectful. And, maybe less politics these days. That's because My mental health is definitely on a downturn. Thanks to the world's current politics, I am not happy with the way they're going. So, mainly religion or philosophy. I'm always down to have a good one of those sorts of discussions. That said, the type of space I am cultivating is by far and large a let's play space. I want us to be able to talk about the game. I want us to be able to discuss any of its deeper facets. Now, you might be asking, how am I supposed to discuss deeper facets? Do I have, like, notes? I have actually found a resource for the cutting room floor material. It won't do anything for, like, interviews or any sort of, this is what a developer said in regard to this or that. I still have to do my own digging, but toward the end of the game, how I intend to, like, handle that is we'll actually spend some time on the cutting room floor website, and they have entries specifically for Breath of the Wild. We could discuss all that stuff there, which I think is pretty cool, because unlike Chugga Conroy, and he's kind of like an inspiration for me as far as what kind of streaming channel I wish to be is concerned. I don't have the same connections he does. I don't. I'm not as visible as he is. So I have to do... Like, he does his own research. His editor does some research. I'm pretty sure Stephen Georg might also throw in some research here or there. Questionable. And then, you know, whatever he can dredge up on support sites. Like, he does a lot of research. He has access to people, to data hackers and stuff like that. I don't. I'm not going to be nearly as good as he is, but I'm at least going to make the damnedest attempt I possibly can, and with any luck, that'll get me some more name recognition than anything. Here's something I can ask folks: do you guys like cutting room floor content? Do you guys like digging into the deeper, perhaps less visible aspects of the games you're playing? Whether that be, you know, glitches for speedrunning, because that is an aspect of it, or is it, you know, this is what things might have looked like in development at the time, and, you know, seeing the evolution of a concept, or maybe even a scrapped concept that never made it to the game. Stuff like that. Do you guys enjoy, like, interviews from various voice actors or people involved in the project? Like, I'm curious. I don't know if I ever really thought to ask that before. Then again, I never really had a good cutting room floor segment on a stream before. It was mainly just, like, the walkthrough portion that I was, you know, trying to, like, copy a fair bit. The sheep have calmed down. I think they get they're not about to be snatched at any moment. Hey, sorry if I'm on... what was that strange noise? I have no idea. I'm sorry if I'm on the mark in asking this, but are you the one who took care of those monsters? Yup. I had a feeling. When the sheep all calmed down, I thought, maybe he did it. So it seems I owe you some thanks. This isn't much of a reward, but hey, it's light. That counts for something. It'll be nice to have a night's sleep without worrying about my flock. And, if you want, you can talk to me anytime. Or not. We'll go ahead and snap a photo of that. We have not done so yet. And we have a full album. Okay. So let's delete some images. It's not really my thing. That's fair. But sometimes we watch a video about that stuff on YouTube. I appreciate you answering the question. I generally enjoy that sort of thing. It's not the same, because Jugga Conroy is about the only person I know that, like, mixes both, does both. But a good example of cutting room floor content I like watching is whenever Zully the Witch releases a video about hidden stuff in FromSoft titles, whether that be Dark Souls, Elden Ring, Bloodborne, Sekiro. I know sometimes I think Armored Core gets on there as well. Those are always fun, short little videos to go watch. Lore vids, a bit less so. Different person, not Zully the Witch. Lore vids and games like that, for games like that on YouTube, it kind of depends. If there's like a whole bunch of speculation or, over the top language, I don't know, not quite my thing anymore. I was on a kick for that stuff. Maybe I'm 33 now, so maybe 8 years ago, I was a bigger lore video enthusiast then, and more so for World of Warcraft stuff than like Dark Souls, Elden Ring, like the Soulsborne like trilogy or series. But a good, well put together lore video that avoids excessive prose, I do generally like. But it's nice to see that people are engaging with the question. Again, thank you to everyone that has done that. We're gonna go. I need to select ones for deleting. I do occasionally have to do this every so often. Just clean up the portfolio. Some of these we definitely took for fun, so it's fine. I just don't want to wipe the quest photos if I can help it. And delete all of those. So we have 2 out of the 3 Leviathans. I'm missing the one in Hebra, but we can deal with that later. And I don't know if we ever got the sheep. Ooh, we're finding all kinds of things to snap. For those that are less familiar with my content, hi, my name is Coin. And go ahead and snap these. Can't believe that's the consequence of not having stopped by this place. I do full completions of games. For the most part, there are some that kind of have like a dark stain on them. I need to go back and actually do a full completion. Steel Rising was one of them. Make sure I've actually not misplaced a quest somewhere. I think that takes care of all of them for Hateno. So now we're gonna go by Lurlin Village. And that's like over here. Gonna save so we don't lose progress. And teleport over to that place. Yeah, I try to go for full completion in games. And is that an easy thing to do? No. Especially if a game has like multiple endings. That kind of gets into really weird territory, especially this game. Believe it or not, Breath of the Wild is one of those games where it has 2 endings, but you're not really encouraged to go get the early ending. If you wanted to like get the early ending in Breath of the Wild, by the way, aka the normal ending, you needed to have not unlocked all your memories to do that. Like the memories are what specifically enable the better ending. For those that are like, what do you mean by ending? We kind of sealed which one we were getting when we got these. When we got all these base game memories. Now, in other games like Steel Rising, oh God, Steel Rising. Oh, that takes me back. That takes me back. Where the devs made getting the endings very cryptic and kind of hard to follow. Yeah, that ain't happening quite so much. It's very hard. It's very hard to get endings like that. For Steel Rising in specific, it's the Souls-like game that takes place in an alternate universe France that follows loosely the events of the French Revolution, or like a specific subsection of it. Don't take it as history. It's not history, but a single choice can decide between 2 of the 3 or 4 endings you're supposed to get. One of them is tied to the DLC, the other 3 are base game, and a single decision can cause you to lose which ending you're going to get. You'll get like another one instead. It's not like there's a game over. You always get some ending, but it's which ending are you getting exactly? Now, for those that are wondering what I'm doing, I am punching in the location of the treasure, because I don't know what golden triangle it is referencing. So here's a question I can ask, since we talked about endings. You know, you guys don't have to respond or anything, but it's just kind of a food for thought question. Do you guys prefer games that have multiple endings, or one? Like one concrete, this is the definitive ending you're gonna get when you beat the game. I like the appeal of multiple endings, but I think from like a logistical, content brain, me prefers single endings. Like, just here is the ending. You don't have to worry about it anymore. You're finished. You're done. You can move on. But just normal player me, I like having options. As long as it makes sense for the game to actually have multiple endings, then it kind of makes sense. Three rocks to the south, huh? Ah, okay. It's out here. This is the triangle they're talking about. All right, let's see if we can do it jankily and not, Yeah, so let's do some jank, shall we? Ooh, hello, Kilton. I don't think you sell anything different at this location, but I'm curious. You always like when there's more stuff to do, but you want the game to have a main ending. That's fair. I don't think there are any games that have like multiple endings and you don't have like a default to choose from or anything. The one that I think of when it comes to here, you get a default ending for just playing the game normally would be like, again, the Soulsborne series, or literally any RPG ever made has at least some ending. Having multiple distinct endings is it's good, but it's nice that you don't have to like get the extras. All right, Mr. Kilton. Yes. I'm your best customer. Please tell me you got new stuff. Nope. I think this is all the stuff he ever sells, if I'm being honest. We're good. Goodbye. All right. Now, let's I'll show you guys the jank way to do it. What you're supposed to do with this quest is you're supposed to use the sail or the raft that is nearby and a korok leaf, or, like some other object to propel a raft forward. I'm going to go ahead and just take you guys out. Might as well head over that way. Just collect all these nice rewards. I think we need octo balloons for one specific tier of armor. but that should be it. Or like one specific set of armor upgrades. Now, something else I should probably say in regard to like the 100% like full completion experience, if specifically when it comes to Nintendo products, because my God, Nintendo had to do this. Amiibos. There are lots of little amiibos. Let's talk about a few of them. There is the Wolf Link amiibo, aka like the big Twilight Princess Wolf Link amiibo. If you put that in if you scan that into your Switch, you get a Wolf Link companion, and its hearts. It can either come with 3 hearts or it could come with more hearts, but 3 is the baseline. And the way that you increase the heart count is to specifically complete the there is a trial that is in a cave in the Lake Hylia region in that game. If you complete that, you will get more hearts, up to I think 20. And I think the amount, oh no, it's not that you complete the trial, it's that you complete it, or that you go some significant portion of the way in. Yeah, I don't think so, Sir Lizalthos. Not happening. It's based on the number of heart containers that Link in that game has when he beats that specific trial. There we go. That took me entirely too long to, get out of my mouth, but no, I was a little too eager when swimming. There's like a couple of other ones that have like a major effect on them. I need to kill you, or you're gonna make, I'm sorry, what? You die. Thank you. I believe the other one is the Epona amiibo. That one you scan in and you get a horse. I believe you can feed her apples, carrots, and the types of carrots that you could normally feed horses. But she does start out with a set number of spurs and everything. Since Epona does not normally exist in this game. The other amiibos, I believe, all add, they either give you armor. There are the champion amiibos that give you these specific amiibo-related sets based on the Divine Beast. So Rivali's amiibo gives you the headpiece that corresponds to the Meadow set. Urbosa gives you the one for Naboris. They're all masks. Like, you're not getting like whole sets of armor. It's just a mask. Outside of like that, I'm trying to think of other things as well. And I think the only things are like various sets of armor, or sometimes there'll be resources, a certain number of arrows, a certain number of, say, like healing hearts. The amiibos all have various effects that are associated with them. If you have them, I'm pretty sure the left or right stick, the left control or the right analog are the ones that let you scan an amiibo in. That's both Pro controller and Joy-Con. And if you have those, good on you. And some of the amiibo armor can be upgraded. Like all the Divine Beast masks can be upgraded to 4 tiers. The reason why I say all this is because I don't have any amiibo. I have none of them. So if I can't give like the true 100% experience because I don't have the amiibos. I don't. I'm still doing research as to whether or not there's some sort of substitute, but I don't think that's the case. And also, I'm kind of a broke man, so even if the case was buy something different, I kind of just can't. So people will have to settle for completing the game and the DLC kind of in full. In Tears of the Kingdom, the Wolf Link amiibo just gives you meat. That is so sad. That is so sad. It could definitely have been better. We're going to replace that with this. I actually kind of find that funny. It's like, oh, they didn't want to let you break the game again with a companion because Wolf Link kind of carries some things. He's essentially like a tank. He can taunt things for you. It's pretty good. I think that's the... Yes, okay. So now we're going to go back and actually tell him, you know, the contents of the chest. We took most everything. I think we even took we did take the Thunder Blade out of that, which I highly recommend. The Thunder Blade is good. So, needless to say, I just wanted to get that little disclaimer out there. I think the amiibo as like a collector's toy is fine. I think that's fine. I think tying game content to amiibo is... And I guess maybe the only real reason I'm saying it's kind of like but now is because... You know, U.S. tariffs. I'm a U.S. citizen, so stuff like that costs more. Oh, and, yes. The other thing is this. Some amiibos are gonna cost more. Lots of amiibos are, I believe, at the $20 or $30 rate, but there are gonna be some $40 amiibos coming real soon. I don't know which ones. I'm pretty sure I came across this little piece of information when one of you guys stopped by. I'm trying to remember which specific person told me. I think it might have been either Bear Type told me about it, or Michael might have perhaps told me about it. One of those things. One of those people. Or perhaps one of Brightwell's friends came by and told me that. But I know for sure one of you guys gave me the nice juicy bit of information. And I'm thankful for that. I really am. But the amiibo being in the game kind of means, or like being required to access certain things in the game kind of means... There's literally content in the game that you're priced out of. Is it like superficial, real content? No. It's at most a companion, a horse, some stuff, and in Tears of the Kingdom you get even less. But my point is simply, I have to wait until afternoon. Yay for waiting on NPCs to show up. Pretty sure there is a... I should just walk around and do this normal. It's sad. It's sad. I think a lot of people would have enjoyed having those masks or Epona either being fully absent or being in the game somewhere that you can get as a reward. You could have even branded Epona as like a, you know, a less champion-specific horse or something. I recommend using sites like Facebook Marketplace and stuff to buy games and amiibos for cheap. You didn't get scammed once. I'll keep my eye out on it. I'm also just not a big toy figurine enthusiast. I suppose that's something else I should say. Me personally, I'm kind of a minimalist. I can't really, because of the way my camera is like structured, I can't really like show people too much of anything, but like I have a little shrine dedicated to like my game cases and stuff that I've like purchased over the years. But I would have to find all new space for amiibos to do that. But I will definitely keep an eye out for that. The thing I probably really want more than anything is a DS capture card. I have a 3DS. I got some games that I currently can't stream for anyone even if I wanted to. Can't do it. The biggest ones in my collection are like Shin Megami Tensei 4 and 4 Apocalypse. I can't stream those for anybody. So having the DS capture card would be really nice. Like, very, very nice. Maybe someone's offering one at a decent rate on the Facebook Marketplace. You really found it. Oh, incredible. After all these years, people still manage to surprise me. I'm pretty sure this guy has changed voices like 3 times. It's all good. You know, there might be some treasure that yet sleeps in this ocean. A diligent boy like you could get rich finding it. May all your delving end in gold. Sunken treasure. Yay. Now the next one. Take back the sea. I think that one should be marked on... Yep. And I'm pretty sure those are the only 3 quests as well. Because we already did the what's for dinner some time ago. When we were first here. We kind of almost auto-completed that. So the other 2 are the sunken treasure and the and this one that we're about to do now. When in doubt, just follow the quest directive and it'll get you where you need to go. On Mal, since we're still kind of like semi-discussing amiibos, I take it you have some? And I suppose that's a question I can open up to anyone else as well. Do you guys have amiibos? I've already mentioned that I kind of don't, but... And that goes for my sibling as well. Neither of us have any. But I'm always curious as to... You know, since amiibo do have, like, game content on them, they're kind of like extra content on a figure. I'm curious if people have been keeping up with them or not. I already wasn't, even before the price increases. Back when Amiibo started out at like $20. I can't imagine the same Amiibo for $40. I can't imagine it. That is so alien to me. This is kind of late game, everybody. We've already beaten the Divine Beasts. We've gotten all the shrines, all the Koroks. All of it. All that's left, I need to swap to some climbing gear. All that's left is like the side stuff. And then we're free. We can move to the next game. We still have, I think we have maybe, I would say 15 episodes, counting like this one. Perhaps another one, just based on the rate I think we're going at and everything. You know, all the episodes required for the second DLC, all the episodes required for getting all the monster encampments and stuff, and then like the last episode for like defeating the Calamity Beast / the Dark Ganon Beast. You have 4, all the Legend of Zelda themed. Kappa? Oh, really? Now the Kappa indicates that that's supposed to be like some sarcasm. But I mean, is that true? I'm curious. Oh my god, that's so funny. That is extra funny. I like that. It's like, huh? Where'd they go? He's like on high alert. But at the same, he's on high alert, but at the same time, this is probably a really good one that I can use for sniping these fools. I need to, like, get a better vantage angle like that. Eat another one. Eat another elixir. And we have kind of like basically run out. Yeah, I gotta eat something quick. If there are any amiibo I would get first, you know, I guess logically it's like this game, right? It would be this franchise. That is not good. But the ones that I would really probably want, like as a private citizen, would be like the Metroid amiibos, the Samus amiibos and stuff. Just gonna bop you back over there. And same deal. Gonna like push you off the cliff there. Oh man, yeah, that is something else you could totally do, by the way. For those that are like not super experienced with the game or anything, if you've got like a frost weapon, you can in fact push enemies off cliffs, and it's pretty hilarious when it happens. And then they should just perish. In an effort to keep things moving on schedule, I will take a minute and just kind of, you know, talk about the heavy duty shilling. I want to get that done and out of the way before the second ad break shows up. I try to get all the shilling done, in like the first 2 hours. Okay, I need to like be a better shot. I try to get all that done so that I'm not torturing you guys during the second half. We could just focus on taking ad breaks and playing the game accordingly. So, I've talked about the free method of, you know, supporting the channel, following on Twitch, or subscribing on YouTube, or Porque no la dos. Porque, I'm forgetting, I have to go back and look at the statement. Because it's like a common thing on Reddit these days. A lot of people say that. Anyway, why not both? But if you guys do want, and of course I should say, you know, you guys being here is more than enough. But if you do want to financially contribute for any reason, I have tons of options available for everyone. Mainly in the donations panel in the About Me section on Twitch. As well as like the baked in Twitch stuff. The tier 1 subscription is probably the best bang for your buck, but feel free to read around and play and you know, fiddle around and read the options and stuff. And as for you guys on YouTube, all that's contained in the link tree in the description. Feel free to fiddle around and read or click on anything in the link tree. I also have the same link tree. I believe it's below the video player on Twitch. Should be, or it'll be like in the first panel below the video player, something like that, probably in the description. It's kind of a baked in feature on Twitch. Read all that stuff if you so desire. Otherwise, I'm going to keep that as abbreviated as humanly possible. Hey there, NK on YouTube. Welcome back, good sir. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Sorry I didn't reply immediately. I happened to be in the midst of some shilling there. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. you say that you've progressed far in master mode on YouTube. Awesome. Awesome. I'm glad that's the case. Working on any divine beasts or currently amassing gear at the moment. And while I wait for the answer to that question, the ad storm should be approaching any second now. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Yes. Yes to both, I take it. Fair enough. Fair enough. It's gonna be one of these fortress encampments. Gotcha. See, isn't that nice? I did it right before the ad alert and everything. You've beaten Varuda and 2 terminals left from Windblight Ganon. Awesome. That's fantastic. Have you spotted any gold enemies yet? I take it that's probably not happened yet, but I don't know what that, like, you never really know what someone's kill count is just by, you know, having them tell you how many divine beasts they've beaten. They could have bum rushed it, or they could have done it like super late. No, definitely not. Move like extra quick. Where is that? Okay, you're over there. Gotcha. Last stream when you were showing the kids those swords, the stream ended. Is that something you were aware of? Yes, I am in fact aware of that, NK. What happened yesterday, or not yesterday, last stream, there was a severe thunderstorm that was in my area, and there was a lightning strike, and the next thing I knew, power was out of the house, like out in the house. That's what happened. It didn't stay long. It didn't stay out of power for too terribly long, but generally once the power has gone out, in my experience, sometimes it'll go out multiple times within an hour. Sometimes we'll get like a brief minute of power back and then it'll go out again. We're kind of in an old house. I'm kind of in an old house. It's kind of been built and expanded upon, but it is still an old house. The circuit breaker has been here long before I moved, long before my folks moved in this place, along with me. So, the electronic wiring could certainly be better. So I opted not to refire the stream that day, just in case the power went out again. That's all. But yes, I am aware the power went out. I should probably edit like technical difficulties panel and maybe splice that onto the video. I should do that for a lot of them. It's kind of a hard ask for me at the moment. We're probably going to end up having to you know, pause the stream mid-combat. We'll see. I'm gonna try my best, but no guarantees. Link, I need you to stop climbing, bud. Sorry if I'm not super chatty. I am concentrating. Needless to say, the advert, the little attention banner and everything, was the 5-minute warning for the advertisements. It should be coming in like less than maybe 30 to 60 seconds. Let's see if I can't. Okay, now I'm gonna crouch here while we wait for the ad storm to blow over us. Fitting, because there's also a storm in the game. Twitch, your advertisement, your ad apocalypse policy should just be against the law. Absolutely. And for those of you on YouTube, just sit tight. Go stretch. Go take a break for yourselves while we wait for the adverts to show by. I swear I need to be doing a better time with the... I need to be doing better with the adverts and everything. But see you guys after the commercial break. Thanks.
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
Okay, folks, I am back. I'm very happy with the... I'm very happy with what I've done in Firebot. The timers used to be off or desynced by like 5 minutes. Or not 5 minutes, 5 seconds. Ever since I've added a 5-second delay on Firebot, it's almost perfectly synced with the Twitch advertising timer. I like it a lot. I'm feeling pretty good about that. That means the timers are more accurate than ever. I don't... My shoulder button or my right trigger was pressed against my knee, and it definitely did not press against my thigh or knee and fire an arrow right there. That definitely didn't happen. Let's see. Well, I'm glad we waited for nighttime, because now the enemies are very likely asleep, and that means they should be easy pickings. Very easy pickings, provided we like hide from them sufficiently. Yeah, just shh. Go back to sleep, Mr. Bokoblin. How close am I to 100%ing the game? NK on YouTube says. I am glad you asked. I can tell you that outside of all of the side quests we have left to do, outside of the side quests, outside of the 2 main quests, the 12 or 16 shrines that you get with the second DLC, and the enemy encampments, once we do all that stuff collectively, we're finished. We just have to defeat Ganon. Like that's the easy pickings. We're pretty close. I would say, if you want like a percentage or something on it, I would say we're probably like 75-80% of the way done. We've done everything we need to do to beat the main game. We're just doing the DLC stuff now. We're just doing the extra stuff before taking out Ganon. Because I want Ganon to be the Calamity Ganon, excuse me. I want him to be the last thing we're doing. Because I've done my homework on Master Mode. And because I know there's a kill count associated with, or like an experience count associated with getting the gold enemies, I'm not going to be able to showcase those in a stream format. Because we'll be playing Tears of the Kingdom when that happens. And I want us to be focused on Tears of the Kingdom when that does happen. We're just gonna, you know, knock you out. But yeah, I would say we're about 80% of the way done. Once we do all the small stuff that's left to do and the DLC, we're basically there. Any more? I think there might be one more up top. What is that weird noise up top? It'll be so good to move on to the next game. Oh yes, I should probably, I'll keep it brief because every second I spend talking is another second that I'm not completing the game. When we get ready to complete DLC 2, when Maz Koshia, aka that boss, the monk boss, is done, we'll only have the tour of the monster encampments left to do. And then we will basically be ready to take on Ganon. When that like benchmark has passed, that is when the single choice vote for which game we're gonna play is gonna come out. I've already got the way I want it set up on VoteBot and everything all configured. I just gotta submit the vote when the time comes. Ah, that's what I heard. Nice. Fantastic. Any other ones? Yeah, there's another one off the end of the encampment there. And then we have... I did not... Wow, this is what I get for, like, trying to, like, eyeball the... eyeball the enemy instead of looking where I'm going. But yes, I do want you guys to know that we are eventually going to conclude the, ranked choice votes and move into the single choice votes at some point. It's just gonna be a little bit longer, you know? On Mouse says, man, I really enjoy your stream. I can't believe I'm here for over an hour. Thank you so much for that. I'm flattered. I really truly do mean that. I hope you continue getting enjoyment out of it. There are definitely days where, you know, my commentary isn't quite up to snuff, and so the gameplay is definitely doing the heavy lifting for me, but I do my best. I'm generally not the funny guy. I do not fall under the comedian trope. I'm not that kind of person. I can be, but usually it's when I'm being funny, it's because I'm doing something genuine that people find funny. That's one thing. Even though I've been a long time fan of Chugga Conroy's like Let's Plays and stuff, the man is very good with jokes. He's very good with jokes. I'm not. I don't have the same sense of humor that he does. And I would definitely describe his sense of humor as like dorky, autistic humor. And there's nothing wrong with that. As a fellow autist, I can say that. But he's very sure of what he wants to say. He knows the kinds of jokes he wants to make. He can do them right there, you know, in the Let's Play, practically unscripted. He's a very funny guy. I cannot be him. Even if I wanted to, even if I truly wanted to, and even if I let go of whatever mental inhibitions were keeping me from making the jokes. I wish I could do that. Instead, what I promise is more of a... That ought to be the chest. What I promise is a streaming environment filled with stillness. A place where if you guys want to come and talk to me about your problems, you know, the ills in life that you're facing, or even if you just want to share something about the same game or a different game you're playing, I want to be that space. I think my, like, gentle demeanor allows for this. And I would class myself as a relatively gentle person. I also have my moments where I am definitely tempestuous and angry or emotional. But those are very few and far between. For the most part, I'm very calm. And if people want calm streams, that's what you're going to get, is calm streams. What do I want to get rid of? Is it the Frost Spear? I'm actually quite enjoying having access to a lower level access to the Frost Shock combo. So I think maybe it's going to be the giant boomerang, because we don't actually really need it. But the halberd, You know what? The giant boomerang could be a sledgehammer in a pinch. I'm gonna keep that. And let's return back to Lurelin Village. This should be the last quest in Lurelin Village as well, and then we can move on. I'm not charismatically funny. I'm not. I'm really not. My form of humor is mostly in the form of, you know, whatever soundboard, whatever clippable moment I can put together for folks. Like, if I could find a way to turn... Or something like...
I can feel my wits evaporating in your mere presence.
Something like that. The soundboard is generally how I try to be funny. Like, actually be funny. Because I trip over my own words. I stumble. I fall. You keep dying to the second wind blight. Bow and arrow or air and range type fights are your weakness. Yeah, I could see that. Especially it's master mode, right? So do the bosses get like new AI in the master mode? I don't believe they do. I think it's just supposed to be like a numbers increase. But if there is like better AI, then I could certainly see wind blight causing some problems. Hey, you took care of the monsters at Eris Beach. It's been too long since I've had a fish from those waters. Thanks, mate. I suppose I should give you this to show my appreciation. Honestly, the loot was more worthwhile than the rupees. Come back whenever you'd like. I'll share the day's haul with you. That would be the fish on the skewers, I think. Where can I find it? It's like over here. Like closer to where the shop is. Yes, I'm pretty sure that is the day's haul of fish. Do you like fish? Oh yeah, I like fish. I like fish. Doesn't that fish look delicious? I caught it myself too. You're welcome to help yourself. I cooked way too much for myself alone. Yum. I think I will just leave you with no fish. How about that? No, but they can revive every single second, so it's near impossible. Wait a sec. They can revive every single second, so it's near impossible to do the cannons? I'm confused. Water Blight's easy. Are you talking like bypassing the second phase or something? That would be what I think of when I think of like revival. I guess this is a case where I'm not very familiar with master mode, so I'm asking the expert. I believe NK here has done some speedrun related stuff and is fairly familiar with some glitch material, so whenever they've stopped by, I have at least, and the conversations crop up, I at least do front some questions about stuff. Sorry, brain's fogging up real bad. I do at least ask about some of the more technical things that I'm definitely not an expert on. I'm just gonna grab all the stuff at your shop. We are running low on funds. I do have to worry about whether or not I can afford to buy like milk or eggs or sugarcane or things like that. We don't have any more. I've already checked the guidance map. I don't have any more side quests in Lurelin Village, so let's go by the Snowfield Stable and turn that in. We've got a picture. All we should have to do is turn it in. Well, I have faith, regardless of, you know, how exactly the Wind Blight fight's gonna go down. I have faith you'll get it, NK. Really, truly, I do. But just in case, good luck. I hope you won't need it. Okay, we're gonna eat some... no, we're gonna put on gear, because I don't have any food that does this. That's fine. So where did our lovely taskmaster for this quest turn up at? Ah, there you are. How goes it? Did you find the stall horse? The last I heard, it supposedly wanders around the North Tabanthan snowfield, near the west ruins to the east. I didn't find that one, but I did get one in a trial, ma'am. I hope this one's good enough. What? This is the bony horse? That stall horse? It's a monster. The sight of this is going to haunt my dreams for weeks, but the picture is still amazing. Yep, that picture's all I need. Well, thank you. This is a great picture. It'll be perfect inspiration for the article I'm going to write. Here's your reward, just as I promised. I hope we get a chance to work together again in the future. Well, if you don't damage... Ah, okay. Yep, that's making sense. I forgot about that master mode thing, where it's like enemies regenerate health if you don't deal them damage. Yeah, and because you don't attack at the same frequency in the air with your bow as you do on the ground with a melee weapon, yeah, I get why that fight is hard now. Yeah, and the bosses regenerating health in the same way the other enemies do is brutal. They have more health. I've heard that the enemy health regen is like particularly backbreaking on like gold Lionels. Just because of how much health they actually have. I think it's like 4,000 health. Now, is there another quest out in that direction I have not done yet? I just want to be sure before, you know, we leave the area. It's just that one quest. Okay. Next up is going to be the curry for what ails you. Yep, we do have some Goron spice, so let's go ahead and do that. Just 2 more hits you needed to deal to it, but you've died to a tornado. Yikes.
Gee, this is uplifting.
Nothing to do but try again, right? You'll get it this time. I've got faith. Fingers crossed. Okay, let's go give this person some Goron curry spice. I wonder what's in Goron curry spice, because it's not like they have to like travel down to like the lower Elden region, like over here in like the Maw of Death Mountain to get any plants. That's gotta be what they use to make curry, because if it's like a mineral curry powder, that you don't have curry powder, you have something else. Actually, I'm pretty sure we have the description. Let's see what it says. Here's a question I can ask folks while I'm locating it. Have you guys had curry before? I have. It's good stuff. Curry is one of my favorite dishes ever. Especially like vegetable curry. But I'll also settle for like curried, like chicken over curried rice. Yum, yum, yum. Delicious stuff. NK on YouTube says that the thing that they really dislike about the Master Mode regen is that if the Ganons turn blue and go to a different spot, like when they're teleporting around in like that sphere form, the blue ball, they can still regenerate during that period. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like when regen timers are like independent of boss mechanics. So yeah, it can like regen something fierce during that short teleportation window. That really sucks. And there aren't ways to deal dot damage in Breath of the Wild. That's super sucky. On Mal W on Twitch says, do you know that you can see the percentage of your save file on the map after beating the final boss? No, but I know it now. So thank you very much for that. Which means, you know, once we beat the final boss, we can confirm, you know, do we in fact have the whole game done, or is there something that we need to like fix? Let's go ahead and get the correct. Actually, there's probably a different one for stealth up. Let's wear these. It's different than like the usual Sheikah armor. Need curry rice. What's that? You got your hands on some Goron spice? Can you show it to me? Sure can. That's Goron spice, all right. Hey, could I ask you to part with that Goron spice for, say, 50 rupees? Sure. Thank you. With Goron spice and Hylian rice, I'll be able to make some nice curry rice to warm my soul. Here, your 50 rupees. If you come across any more Goron spice, please bring it to me. Next time I'll trade you some rice for it. If you add other ingredients to Goron spice and Hylian rice, you can make all different kinds of curry rice dishes. Try it next time you have some spare ingredients. Curry for what ails you? I think on Mount W on Twitch says, I think my mom might have made me curry. I just don't remember if she did. That's fair. That's fair. The first time I got exposed to curry was when I was a high school teenager. I had a high school literature project. The senior project, I had to go and job shadow people. It was kind of like the school's way of letting you either learn something really valuable for yourself, something that you wanted to do, or in some cases, like depending on personal connections, like a job skill or a way to, get into like some sort of apprenticeship. There were all kinds of things you could use the senior project for. I chose mine on differences among Christian sects and religions, specifically as it pertained to my state that I did this in. And so... Oh, hey there, Bear Type. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Can't be here, but have fun and see you next time for longer. Thank you so much for stopping by, good sir. And I hope to see you again sooner rather than later. And with that, take care and rest well. One of the second church that I went in for observations on, that I was allowed to do observations on, was a Baptist church, and they had a youth group. 16. I was 16 at the time. No, 17. Excuse me. I was 17 at the time. And, that means you could be part of the youth group. It's like the last year you could be part of the youth group. And one time they brought in a guest speaker to go over like financial skills. And there was curry chicken that night. Like curried chicken drumsticks. Tasty stuff. Best chicken I've ever had. Could not forget it, even if I wanted to. It was super succulent. If there was ever like any sort of place here in like the deep rural US South that you might actually get some fantastic food from time to time, it's definitely the youth group services. Or like any kind of evening church going, like meetings or whatever. Sometimes people bring in food. You'd be surprised. And then after that, I learned, I got a couple of curried, like, rice recipe dishes. I have the recipe saved, but getting the spices and stuff to make, like, authentic Indian-style curry, and, like, the people from India, not the pejorative for Native American, I want to make that really clear. So there's no chance that people think I'm saying something I'm not supposed to. I mean the actual Indian people. Getting the spices for real authentic Indian curry is hard. You have to go to specialty stores, and I downloaded those recipes before the tariffing happened. The really, really bad, make everything expensive everywhere for U.S. citizens anywhere policy, as I like to call it. The apple of my eye. Junie currently write a baked apple and save the marriage with a baked apple. I think a baked apple has to be cooked on an open flame. You defeated the wind blight? Awesome. Good job, good sir. Given your description and what we both know of master mode, absolutely astronomical feat. Good job. Here's hoping that the rest of the divine... maybe the Thunder Blight will be especially backbreaking on... will be especially backbreaking on Master Mode. But, Here's to hoping Thunderblight doesn't treat you too badly. The Master Mode regen is just something to get used to. Yeah, it's not like... I'm not trying to say, you know, oh, it's the worst thing ever since, like, sliced bread or whatever. But enemies regenerating health constantly is generally bad. Hey, Cass, where are the kids? Meet again. With what daughters? You have no daughters. They're not here, Cass. Where are your children? Okay. Sure. Sure, Cass. Well, let's make it nighttime. See, and I want to make sure I've gotten all the quests correctly. The mountain, and then we've got Spark of Romance. Yeah, there's a couple I haven't taken yet. So you might... Now I'm thinking how the real Ganon is going to be. Ah, there are your kids. All 5 of them. We're all gonna sing with Poppy. Come listen to us. Okay, kids. Well, I'll follow. Go on. Don't stare at me. Go join your pappy, and I'll be right behind you. Ah, maybe they just don't start singing until 9 in the morning. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna put on the Sheikah armor because I think people are freaking out at the Phantom armor. We'll use that when we're traveling around. Yeah, I can imagine like Calamity Ganon being a rough ride. I'm gonna enjoy bumping into that fight without really knowing what I'm doing either. So baked apple, and we've got like whatever's happening at nighttime. Let's go find it. But before that, I will take all of your sun shrooms, all of them, as well as your sugarcane and wheat. Thunderblight will not be hard since it's less ranged, but doesn't it teleport like crazy? And you've got like that... I guess I'm mapping my experience onto you. If you say it's not hard, it's not hard. Just... I'm thinking about the fact that it just moves really fast. Moves really fast. You kind of have to be on your toes with the Thunderblight. No, I don't need to do that. I need to go up here, find the cook pot. It's probably over here. I don't think you can put a lone apple in this. I think you're going to end up with simmered fruit. Yes, that's exactly what I thought. Okay, so an important distinction. Just because you can use a cook pot doesn't mean you should use a cook pot all the time. If a quest requires that you have, like something that needs to be cooked over an open flame, cook pot ain't gonna cut it. It's not. I wonder if, though, I could put it next to the open flame or the caged flame there. No, I don't want to cook. Dang it. Yes, I don't care if I can't eat. Give me... No. I have to go find an open flame. That's the only thing that works. That's gonna be... I'm gonna have to go fly over to the stable and cook an apple. But I think after, like, the first cup, like, especially after Weapon Connoisseur, we are actually starting to make really good progress on our quests. Kind of like it started off slow, and then it's picked up. I'm pretty thankful for that. That's gonna be, what, over here-ish? Let's look at this way. Cass, I sure hope you're not in a loveless marriage, good sir. Going back to the enemy health regen for a minute, I remember if something like that happens in, like, say, Elden Ring or a Dark Souls game, oh my god, painful. So painful. I'm pretty sure, I'm kind of, well, like, semi-well known for playing through Elden Ring Reforged, an overhaul mod for, specifically for Elden Ring, and, I'm pretty sure there's a mode where one of the options is give enemies health regen if you don't hit them within a certain time period. Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Good day. You've come at a good time. Divine Beast Von Meadow was kicking up a storm just a while ago, but he's calmed down now. Huh? Did you need something? How are you? How am I? Can't complain, I suppose. Never mind that. Please listen to this. I was out for a walk earlier and I saw Frost Talus. Yes, a giant monster made of enchanted ice. I was out running an errand when I saw it. It was incredible and terrifying. Incredibly terrifying. Do I have any rupee making methods? I mean, outside of, like, selling excess supplies, not really. You need them for Gerudo armor to get in. Mining. Always mining. Amber, opal, you can even sell rock salt, or if you have excess monster parts. Anything that you can sell. If you don't have a sledgehammer, I would definitely recommend going and grabbing one just to mine for extra supplies. Mining is by far, like, my favorite method for getting money. I have heard that cooking is generally better at making money. I think there are specific dishes that make a ton of money, and if you sell them, you can get like a couple hundred rupees. But I'm not super familiar with, like, price points for food. Give me some time to do some research on that. AKA like a few minutes, and I could get back to you with that. So let's just do this real quick. You beat the Lionel for the quest to get shock arrows for Varuda, but sold it for the Rito armor? Makes sense. Yeah, I think your best bet's gonna be, without, like, knowing what to cook, is definitely gonna be, you know, mining for money. It's generally safe. The ridges that are next to the it's the first tower. Let me find the name. Not the first tower, it's the second one. Just gotta find the correct name. The Dueling Peaks Tower. There we go. That one in specific, you have, like, the Dueling Peaks ridges slash, like, split mountain. There are tons of rocks that line that area. You could try any of those. Now let's see about price points for food. Okay, so if you're in Hebra specifically, I found this on Reddit as of 8 years ago, by a poster named Schizo. What you basically do is you kill wildlife. If you've got, like, the Sheikah suit, or any way to, like, either snipe at range or, you got some way to, like, stay stealthy and warm at the same time, you just kill for prime and gourmet meat, and you can make about 4K in 10 minutes. if you've got a fire sword or spicy elixirs, as well as a stealth suit. Also, any fire rods from whiz robes you may find are acceptable, but fire rods or fire swords are definitely preferable. So you're not even cooking; you just find meat. Master Mode said, let's put Lizalthos with floating Octoroks and dueling peaks. Yeah, it does say to do that. Isn't there a Lionel in the like plateau area in Master Mode? I seem to recall seeing something like that on the interactive map, where it's like some Lionel that you don't ever spot in the base game. Isn't he in Master Mode? Yes, it's a silver one. Yikes. Silver Lionel immediately in the plateau. Thankfully, it's just one, but yikes. Definitely don't fight that one until you're ready. But long story short, to succinctly answer your question, NK, I would either mine, that's the safer option, or if you've got the gear, if you've got the Rito armor or / the Sheikah suit, or some other way to ensure stealth, and a relatively warm weapon and some bow and arrows, meat hunting. You could sell all the meat that you find, and you'll get 4K in about 10 minutes, supposedly. I believe I saw the Frost Talus from earlier over in Cold Snap Hollow before my adrenaline kicked in and I fled like the wind. You just mine 2 ores and you got a rock salt, a ruby, and 2 topaz. Yep, see? Maybe you don't make as much from mining as you do from hunting and selling meat, but it is safer. And you can sell whatever gemstones you don't need. In any case, it was enormous, but I bet a champion could have taken it down no problem. Ah, interesting. Got that from wanting to go get a baked apple. Alright, I think if we put it near this fire, it should work. Yes, it does. It does work. Just gotta wait for it to become a baked apple. Now we go back over, turn in the baked apple, and then wait until nighttime so we could go speak to Mr. Cass. Trying to think of what else to talk about. I think I've covered a lot of stuff. We've also had a chance to discuss some general real world things too. I'm trying to think if there's anything profound I could talk about. It's just a pot, little one. A couple of pots. Relax. Where do we have this? Is that down here, I guess? Yeah, I think it's this one right there. Welcome to the Swallow's Roost, the finest inn. Yep, I'll not keep you. Go get some rest. Oh, it must be on the next floor. That's what's going on. Yep. It's not this one, it's another. It's the top floor. I think the thing that I've really enjoyed about Breath of the Wild is that there are people of all different walks of life that have stopped by the stream and, talked about the favorite things that they like about Breath of the Wild. I think that's very touching. I really truly mean that. Hello. Oh, right, the Hylian. Good day. I know that smell. You've got a baked apple. Can I have one? I'll give you a present. Sure thing. You serious? Cheers, just hold out your hand. A baked apple for 100 rupees? Now that is a steal. If only I could get my husband to cook me a baked apple every once in a while. I got a second stomach and a hollow leg for baked apples. Bring me as many as you possibly can. I don't think that'll save the marriage. But whatever, game. You think, hey, what do I know about marriage and relationships? Alright, so we got the one for Face the Frost Talus, but let's go wait at the cook pot until evening. We don't need to, like, rest or anything. Just waiting will be sufficient. Okay, that's fine. We just want to do this. Sit until night, please. I like that, you know, I like that Breath of the Wild has cultivated a sense of togetherness. We all like this game. It's just to what degree? And I've met so many amazing people from, I've met so many amazing people along the way that I would not have otherwise met or talked to if it weren't for this game. So I do sincerely want to thank everyone who voted on this game and had me complete it. I really appreciate it. You've given me an experience that's hard to replace. It's memorable. All right, Mr. Cass. Beat a senior talus? Good, good. Good job with that. Hopefully that'll give you a lot of ore and gemstones that you can use for your gear. Yeah, taluses are also a pretty good way of farming money. The low-level ones give you amber. A senior talus has the opportunity to give you diamonds or rubies and topazes. And the mid-level ones can give you, like, luminous stones, which can also be sold off. Or you could trade 10 for a diamond. Back at at Zora's domain, just trade 10, you get something that's worth quite a few hundred rupees, and that could easily get you the armor you need or something. Ah, there he is. Thank you for coming. I wish to speak with you, so this will take some time. Is that all right? Sure.
Oh.
Thank you ever so much. I wanted to talk to you about my teacher. My teacher was of the Sheikah tribe. He was the court poet for the Hylian royal family, or Hyrulean royal family. At the time, there was a beautiful princess in the royal family, quite close to my teacher in age, apparently. Though he must have known it was doomed to be unrequited, my teacher fell in love with her. But the princess herself only had eyes for her escort, her own knight attendant. My teacher was consumed with jealousy. He fumed that the knight was neither nobility nor royalty himself. And then the calamity struck. My teacher believed a hero would appear to beat back the calamity. He poured that belief into a song. And that song is what I need you to hear. Sure, Mr. Cass. An ancient hero, a calamity appears, now resurrected after 10,000 years. Her appointed knight gives his life, shields her figure, and pays the price. The princess's love for her fallen knight awakens her power, and within the castle, the calamity is forced to cower. But the knight survives. In the shrine of resurrection he sleeps, until from his healing dream he wakes. For fierce and deadly trials await, to regain his strength, fulfill his fate, to become a hero once again, to wrest the princess from evil's den. The hero, the princess, hand in hand, must bring the light back to this land. My teacher fled the calamity and returned to his hometown of Kakariko Village. But on his way, he witnessed the princess's knight sacrifice himself to protect the princess. The elder of Kakariko Village, Impa, explained these circumstances to him, and his mind was made up. He would seek the songs of the hero who sealed the calamity away in an age past, so they could be passed on to the knight once he returned. All so that the princess might be saved. Those were my teacher's last words, passed on now through me. So, appointed knight, will you accept this song from my departed teacher? No. Yes, because I don't have a choice.
Oh.
Thank you so much. I knew you would. I was sure of it. My teacher would often speak of the princess's beauty. I would love to meet her and craft a song worthy of her. Thank you for spending this time with me. Thank you for accepting my teacher's song. I'll sing it again if you wish, some other time. Of course, please let me know if you want to hear it again. I can do naught but sing, but I pray for your safety. Mr. Fernandez on YouTube says, hi. What do you think is the best Hyrule region? I think the Gorons because they have diamonds. Welcome on in, Mr. Fernandez. Good to see you again. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. The best region in Hyrule. That is a tough question to answer, but I'm going to try to do it in 4 minutes or less. Let's see. Honestly, I think Hyrule itself is the best region. A non-answer. That's a non-answer. I'm joking. Non-answer. I think the best region probably has to go to either Death Mountain or to the Faron Woodlands. Because durians. Because having an easy source of hearty meals is just too good to pass up. All of my hearty elixirs are pretty much, or hearty food effects are made with durians rather than truffles. They're good. Are they as good as a big hearty radish? No, but given how plentiful hearty durians are, they're pretty good at making these. And also, because of the amount of health I have, I only need one. I only need one of these to do it. Are Zonai in Tears of the Kingdom? Okay, so let me make sure I've understood your question correctly. Are you talking about which region is the best in Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom? Because I have not played Tears of the Kingdom. I know of it, but I've not played it. So I couldn't tell you what the best is. But in Breath of the Wild, I gave you my answer. Either Death Mountain for the minerals, or the Faron Woodlands for the durians. Onmal on Twitch says they actually removed durians from Tears of the Kingdom. Yup, I am so sad about that. You know, real talk for a minute. Durians are actually a real fruit in the real world. If there is any fruit I have never had and I've always wanted to try, even just once, even a little bit, it's durians. They're stinky, they're smelly, but I hear the taste is pretty good. And it's especially good if you prepare it. Like if you cook it over an open flame or something. That's when durians get really tasty, supposedly. Durians are more of a jungle fruit, though, so you're not really going to find them in, like, temperate climes. You'll have to go to places like Brazil or maybe the Malaysian islands to try to get a durian. Rather than me talking out of my mouth or out of my butt, let's do a quick pass through on where you can get durians at. because I don't want to, steer people in the wrong direction. Did I see the trailer? Are you talking about the chap from earlier? I wrote it down, but I don't think I had the time yet. Sorry, my weekend was busy. It is approximately 5,000 hours or 500 hours of content. I will definitely keep my ears peeled and my eyes wide open for that. Let's see. Let me just go ahead and... You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Okay, Southeast Asia. Interesting. Let me try to find, like, non-AI slop here. If you complete it all? You're talking about viewing the whole trailer, right? I'll definitely, I'll look into it. I'll try to do that at some point this week. So the durian is the edible fruit of several tree species belonging to the genus Durio. Genus is like the group of fruits that all kind of share the same characteristic. Basically, if I were to put that in layman's terms, so they're out of the 30 recognized species, at least 9 of which produce edible fruit. Only the Zybethinus, the specific species, native to Borneo and Sumatra, is the only species available on the international market. It is over 300 named varieties in Thailand and over 200 in Malaysia. Okay, so I got it right the second time around. You could get this stuff in Malaysia, and the way that I've heard it described, it's smelly, it's spiky, and stuff. But it's got like a custardy filling that could even have notes of vanilla or caramel to it. It's really sweet if you can tolerate the smell. Fun fruit facts with coin. Say that 5 times fast. Mr. Fernandez on YouTube says it has 500 hours if you do it all. Doraemon loves durians because it's lore accurate. Are we talking about the trailer or the game? I just want to make sure I understand. That'll be it for me. It's getting late. You need to go. Onmal on Twitch says, but I already can't wait for the next stream. Aw, thank you so much, Onmal, for stopping by. Thank you so much for following and for your presence here. I appreciate your company, and I'm really glad you arrived today. I'm really glad you came here and had a good time. My lovely senator, please take care of yourself and rest well. And I hope to see you back hopefully sooner rather than later. But until then, rest well. NK on YouTube says that some people say it tastes like candy, but some others say it tastes like garlic and sweaty socks. Yeah, the people that say it tastes like garlic and sweaty socks are tasting with their nose. You have to. I hear you have to like pinch your nose if you want to eat durian. That's at least something I've read online, is that you because some people do quite. And when I say taste with your nose, I don't mean you put the food in your nose hole. I mean, for some people the smell is so overpowering it affects the taste of food. I have a friend who has like an internal blockage in his nose, and he can't taste worth anything. He literally doesn't like ranch because he can't smell what's in the ranch. He just gets buttermilk when he eats it. It's sad. I'm not a huge ranch person, but I do like ranch mixed in with things. And not being able to smell the herbs that are in ranch are kind of, that's just a sadness right there. That's gonna be... Oh, we already faced the talus, huh? Good. Smell is a big factor in taste. It absolutely is. The smell is one of the senses that I have the strongest, like, portion or sense for. So I don't know if durians are going to taste like garlic and sweaty socks or not. Also, here's the commercial break. I'll see you in just a second, guys. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Well, it's last break for the stream, at least, so far as I know. Hopefully everybody has enjoyed the gameplay or commentary and has found something enjoyable to do during commercial break, because as I explained in the chat during the break, because Rasby came in, unfortunately, during like the last 60 seconds before break, and I didn't get to his comment in time, so he ended up eating... I ended up eating the... let's just say that exchange ended up getting eaten by the commercial break. Sorry. As big of a grimace as I can show on the camera anyway. To answer the question, no. I don't abandon the stream, but I do generally get up and go stretch. I'm at least away from my desk for a short period to ward away like DVT slash like other things that come from sitting at a desk a good chunk of the day. But I never abandon people. If people feel that way, I can keep Twitch open on my phone or something, and not do that. Quote unquote, not do that. But hopefully you're doing well, good sir, in health and spirits. Good to see you. Good to see you. How's work or uni or other stuff? Whatever you feel up to talking about, if anything. If not, enjoy your lurk. Yeah, I was just joking. I see. Mr. Fernandez on YouTube says, you usually go to the gym. You want abs, but you don't know how to get abs. I've seen so much from Fast and Furious. You've seen Dwayne Johnson. You want to get abs, but you're 14. Do I have any tips? No. I am the last person you should probably ask for tips. But what I will say is this. I would not try to emulate or like mimic what Mr. Dwayne Johnson is doing. The celebrities have access to materials, time, training, and personnel to help them reach the physique that is required for these movies, for film and such. I recommend talking to either a personal trainer or, a gym coach. I guess it would be a gym coach or some other guy who stays relatively in shape at school. I would talk with them and see what they do to get abs, to have a nice chiseled stomach and keep it in shape. That is true, Mr. Fernandez. Dwayne Johnson is a bodybuilder. I'm not saying don't mimic what a bodybuilder is doing. What I am saying is that if you want to look exactly like him, or you want his level of chiseled features, you're not going to get that. You're not. And the things that the celebrities can do will far outstrip what you're capable of doing. Again, they have money. They have access to supplements. They might have access to steroids. Not saying Mr. Johnson uses steroids, but some actors definitely have. It's also in large part due to diet. It's not even just exercise. They have to eat very specifically, in addition to just exercising specific parts of the body. Now, Mr. Rasby here does calisthenics, and he has some tips for you. So I'll kind of just read those out. The way your abs look is mostly genetics. Yep. And having low body fat percentage. Yup. Also doing specific exercises. Yeah. Your abdominals are muscles. The way they get stronger and more defined is through exercise. Just don't only do ab exercises, or your fitness isn't going to go anywhere. And regular push-ups and engage with your abs. Tip is to don't fall for the scams. Yes. As long as you're consistent and have low enough body fat, you will get abs. There is no cheat code. Those are things that he has all said outside of the, don't only explicitly do ab exercises. That one I tacked on. Supplements do very little. Yup. Even creatine, which is the most science tested and most effective, hits 10 to 15% over a long period. It's only like after a year you'd seen almost any change at all. Yes, this is where I can kind of jump in. When I was studying to be a farm tech, at a trade camp, like a junior college, slash technical college, I happened to share a class with a person that used creatine. He was like a young 20-something. He was a bit older than me. He used creatine and he worked out relatively often. He didn't have like a chiseled figure or anything, but he stayed lean pretty much the whole time. He would often complain about creatine showing up on the drug tests, because that is something that you have to worry about with, using any kind of supplement, is that it can show up on tests. Pharmacy technicians, aka the people that you see behind the counter at the Walgreens or a drugstore, those are farm techs. They have to get regular drug tests and fingerprinting and background checks, all of the above. The creatine will show up, and if the creatine is marked as a substance you are not supposed to have, or some establishments want you to be drug-free, period, you're getting in trouble. You could be fired. You could be pink slipped. You could have to pay a fine. It all kind of depends. If there's anything you could take to help you, it would be creatine, but also it will show up with drug tests. You will absolutely be, quote unquote, caught using it. It's legal, but people can frown on that. Also, you're 14, so you shouldn't use it anyway. Don't use creatine, or any supplement for that matter. Let me go back and read these, and then we can keep going. Jeff Nippard is a really good YouTube to learn more from, but honestly, if you can have fun and do it consistently, you will build muscle. Yep, exactly. In fact, where is a pen whenever I need one? I'm going to go ahead and write that down for my own benefit, because this is not a sphere of life I keep up with, and I really probably should, or I will die. I'm kidding. But if you don't take care of your body, you will suffer the consequences at some point. Jeff Bard. Okay, now I know. Now I can look that up later. At least I've written it down. Don't be perfectionist, but just do a little, but be consistent. Yep, exactly. And then Mr. Fernandez, I recommend the Age of Calamity if you love Breath of the Wild and the DLCs. I do have Age of Calamity. I do have that one. I actually bought it in advance just in case people are like, hey, that's a good game and you should probably play it. And I thought it looked real fun. Hyrule Warriors is not really quite my cup of tea, but it's an enjoyable play pattern. It just I'm more of the RPG action game enthusiast. Let me go ahead and catch up on chat here, and we'll move on. Let's see. I ultimately trained to look like a Goron. Well, hey, Gorons are muscular people. Gorons are muscular people. They're just also big. Honestly, there's no problem with that. You just got to be aware. But also, Gorons are rock people, and that version of big is not really something I would recommend a normal human to do. If you want to be a sumo wrestler, though, then you could probably be that level of big. Because even though sumo wrestlers are big people, they are also strong people. They work out and they eat bunches. It's both. Let me make sure. Okay, let's see. Rasby, the player on Twitch, says, so weird how drug is used for medicine too in English, while in Romanian, drog only means abusive, harmful drug. In English, it's like a connotation thing for us. It's like drug, the dictionary definition doesn't care. Medicine and, addictive, harmful substance are both technically drugs. But when we want to emphasize that this particular thing is helpful, we tend to call it a medicine. Whereas if something is generally harmful, that's when it gets the drug thing. But that's when it gets drug instead of medicine. Like tobacco is generally a drug, but if we wanted to talk about, dronabinol, which is medical grade THC in pill form, that would be a medicine. The difference is the perception of the thing it's attached to, what it's supposed to mean in addition to what it's attached to. It's both. English is weird. Jeff Nippard is the most popular science-based exercise YouTuber. Start with his minimalist program video. You sent me a link. Awesome. Thank you. I have the calisthenics link as well on standby. But yeah, exercise is a nice lifestyle. It won't fix your mental health, mood, get you friends or a girlfriend. No, but it can contribute. It can contribute to mental health, just not directly. If the mental health is attached to like a body image thing, then it can be helpful. But otherwise, yes, generally correct. The physical training / workout should be kind of exclusively for that. IMO, focus on meaningful things, not what you should or what is helpful. A life only built with this is helpful is usually a horrid life. Got it. So in English, it can have a positive connotation. In Romanian, it's only negative. No. I'm sure stuff in Romanian can have positive connotations too. I'm only saying in English, specifically in English, the connotation of a word matters so much more than how it's used. And probably specifically as it relates to the US, where people use words for off-market meanings all the time. AKA, we know what the dictionary says, but I want it to mean this thing instead. So if I just use the word to mean this thing instead, and I do it often enough, it will eventually get that connotation. It'll eventually mean that. People wordsmith a lot in US English. Let's put it that way. People wordsmith a lot. Insofar as it can, people wordsmithing with words and being creative with words can really water down or change meanings. It happens so much in US English, it's not even funny. There are both good and bad instances of that as well. Double checking YouTube again. NK says, for the first time you see Beetle and Karakara, bizarre. Yeah, you usually don't see him out that way. It's like a rare time you can catch him, but must be nice. Here's the part where someone tells me Karakara means like beetle or something. Make sure I haven't missed anything else. Mr. Fernandez then says, have you ever wondered why Rivali and Link are semi-enemies? Oh, I don't need to wonder. Rivali is upset that Link is the silent stoic type that didn't talk to him. Link was already silent and stoic by the time he met Rivali. Because we can't take what's in Age of Calamity as canon. We can't. It's a spin-off game. The most we could say is, here's some extra context that may or may not explain why things are the way they are. But there's a journal There are journals. There are always journals. That's what this game has, is journals, and or accounts from other people. And basically the accounts go something like, yeah, I don't like the fact that not only was he silent to me and didn't talk to me when I first met him, Link gave him no indication of how he evaluated Rivali's abilities, because Rivali is a showman. That's what he is. He likes to show off. He likes to seek validation from outside sources. A lot. It's part of the personality. So, when Rivali didn't get his dose of validation, he started being critical of Link, and was the only one to be critical of Link for a while, up to and including the calamity itself. He only gets less critical of you after you free his spirit. Also, Rivali didn't probably have the time to form a complete adult-sized opinion. I'm pretty sure it's speculated that Rivali would have been a middling teenager, based on when Rito aging and things. So he wasn't even a full-fledged adult by the time he met Link. So of course the impulsiveness and brashness came out on top of that exchange between Link and Rivali I just talked about. Last message, and then I'm gonna keep things moving. It definitely gives a mood boost, referring to the exercises from earlier, and it's a good addition for treating depression. But if you spend extreme amounts of effort, self-shaming and planning, and spending days watching videos about what's most efficient when it contributes to less than a 5 to 20% to below 5 to 20% of your muscle gains, which still requires training. By that time, it is definitely assured that it's an overwhelming net negative. Yeah, now from what I've read, there are two approaches to exercise. There are two approaches. In whichever approach, mental outlook, specifically as it relates to mental outlook, there are two approaches. You can either try to have some fun, make fun out of exercising so that you enjoy it, or it's the pull yourself up by your bootstraps approach. You don't like it, you don't want to do it, but if you want to do other things, then you have to exercise anyway. If you want to... Oh, let me make sure I'm not losing someone here. Mr. Fernandez on YouTube says, bye. See you again tomorrow if you can. No problem, Mr. Fernandez. Thank you so much for stopping by. Great to see you. Hopefully you get some rest and some relaxation. And I hope to see you back sooner rather than later, my fine senator. And with that, take care of yourself. Moving back to what I was saying before, both approaches are valid. I've met people in my life that have done one or the other, and both are chiseled. Both are generally happy with their body. It's just one is if I don't enjoy the thing, I'm not gonna do it. So I need to try to make exercise enjoyable. And the other is instead of trying to enjoy it, they just treat it like a job. They treat it like a job. They do what they have to do. It's a means to an end. Maybe not so much a job, but a means to an end. They treat it as a means to an end. And since they're doing that, it's more of a, this is what works. This is what is most efficient with my workouts. These are the people that will go on to design optimal exercise routines for other people to use for themselves. There's no showmanship to it. me personally, I find I stuck with exercise longer when I embraced that latter half of it. I treated it as an obligation, a job. I just did it. It's something that I wish I could have. I kind of didn't exactly balance it right in terms of obligations for myself. It definitely should have been higher on my list. Instead, school came first. And it's arguable whether I should have placed that over streaming or not. What on earth? Oh, right. I'm supposed to be doing something. I'm supposed to be doing something. Definitely. You train really minimalistically, Raspy says. You do chin-ups, pull-ups. I wish I could do those. I would have to, like, get better arm strength to do those. Pull-ups. Yeah, you need like a fixed bar or an anchored bar for that. If I'm remembering right. Before going to work, if you feel like it, you do one set. That's it. I'm gonna set up push-ups if you also feel like it. Push-ups I'm at least semi-familiar with. You deep squat naturally throughout the days when petting your little kittens. Getting your exercise in and doing something else. Optimal. You don't plan for it, you don't eat for it, you just generate a stimulus and your body adapts and builds muscle with super low time investment. Yep. I'm definitely going to at least try to look into the calisthenics after today and try to get started with that. You have a metal frame doorway outside that you use as a pull-up bar. If I tried to do that with the door jamb outside my office or my bedroom, I'm pretty sure I'd pull it down. Because the house I'm in is old. I'm not saying that as a complaint. I'm not saying that as a complaint. I'm saying that as a... I have to do something different. It's an attempt at a quip. And an observation all in one. And it's not a good thing that I quipped with that. You don't need to justify yourself. I know it's not a complaint. Fair enough. I defeated your Frost Talus, Gisane. What? You defeated the Frost Talus and Cold Snap Hollow? Yeah, I did that centuries ago. I did it before, Calamity Ganon was a thing. Even. I never would have thought a Hylian could take down something that big. No offense. None taken. Well, that's a relief. If that thing had wandered this way, the entire village would have been in danger. It's not much, but I'd like to reward you for your trouble. That door frame from outside, it's between two terraces and it's super resistant. Can hold a lot. Nice. Nice. Oh no, that is not what I wanted to happen. You gonna do something, Mr. Rito, or what? Link bond. Yup. Just sayonara, sucker. And if that wasn't enough, I'm pretty sure a Yiga clan member has also shown up. Cool. I love that for me. Okay. I need to use a blizzard rod for this. No, that stops. Goodbye. If you were entering a cave right afterwards, that would have been cool as fuck. It probably would have been. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that would have been hilarious. super secret Bond Bat Cave, let's freaking go. But no. There are no caves to be found here at Lake Satori, I'm afraid. I recommend doing calisthenics or exercise if you yourself want it. I feel like that's also the only way to realistically stick with it. Even if it takes you 2 minutes, you won't do it if it's for someone else. Yeah, that's probably true. That is definitely true. I my own personal health is enough of a reason for me want to do it and everything. But I suppose this lets us like bring up something, you know, a bit more serious, and that's like self-empowerment, or, you know, doing things for other people versus doing them for yourself. A good example of that would be like smoking or like drug use. I have immediate family that smoke. I live with them every day. Whether it's tobacco or marijuana, it's all the same. Either sitting at the couch, lighting one up, or outside in front of the screened-in porch fan doing the exact same thing. I feel like you're in the deep territory of for the others. You're talking about the exercise thing, the calisthenics. I won't lie in that I have motivations for... I would like to maybe find romantic interests, but that's not like a big that's not a big motivating factor. That's more like a sub-goal. No, I would like to not feel like I'm carrying a lead brick inside me. That's the main reason I'm thinking about like exercise. And calisthenics give me a way to do that indoors. Since as of late last year, there's a sex offender, registered sex offender that moved into my neighborhood. So guess what I'm not doing? I am not walking in my neighborhood because I don't want to be picked up by the local sex offender, even if they're well on their way to being reformed. Even I just don't want that risk. Do not want that risk. So the calisthenics give me an opportunity to do a male sex offender. There are also female registered sex offenders as well, but in the US, by and large, it is mostly men that are on that list. Usually, if women end up on the registered sex offenders list, it's because it's like familial abuse, as it relates to like children, specifically like their own sons and daughters. But there are also like lone cases as well. Teachers that typically prey on their students. That's one way that females regularly enter the registered sex offenders list. Sometimes it's therapists, specifically sex therapists. Sometimes the women from those end up in registries as well. I see. And if he's a man, I don't know how it works, but are you a target? I don't know, man. It's really weird. Oh, hey there, Michael DS. Good afternoon. Great conversation you're coming in on. Welcome to the... welcome in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind. I hope you enjoy your stay, Michael DS. Yes, we're talking about exercise. I mentioned that I would be walking, but there's a registered sex offender in my neighborhood, so that is what I'm not doing anymore. It's real funny. My street is real funny. So I'm not going to mention the street for security reasons, but I am right off of an interstate. Like, I'm like, if I were to go and take a right from my house, I could end up on a US highway, snap of a finger. The street or the road that I'm on, or the road that T-bones with my street, there are prostitutes that walk up and down that road like clockwork every day. because there are a whole bunch of ramshackle houses on that road, from Hurricane Helene and everything that still haven't really properly gotten cleaned up / looked into. So there are people that are generally looking for clients. I know, because I almost got scooped up by one. And that was years ago, before the hurricane. There's also probably a neighborhood where they tend to gather, and I know there's a gas station the opposite direction of the interstate that I'm next to / U.S. highway, where there are prostitutes that gather around said gas station, even with the security cameras and everything. They're canvassing for people. They want money. I'm trying to understand. You feel like you're a reasonable target for a male sex offender in the area during the time you go walking? During the midday? Yes. And it's even worse in the morning or the evening. Yeah, it's bad. Maybe it wouldn't be true of this specific one. I don't know. But it's about the risk. I don't want to take the risk. And if you're a registered sex offender, I almost feel as if you're being on a watch list anyway, and assuming you're not in like some sort of redemption program or something. How do I word this? So you feel like the risk is pretty high. Yes, exactly. The risk would be high. There is definitely a little bit of projection going on here because of all the things that happened to me. I got picked up by a male prostitute. This was years ago. Obviously, I'm alive for all this. Sorry for this being in the Breath of the Wild Let's Play. Good God. But I happened to be walking. I walked out on the main street all those years ago. And I got hit up. I'm in a regular Breath of the Wild gameplay stream. What do you mean? What do you mean? Anyway, I'm not going to get like super explicit or detailed or anything. Promise. But what I will say is this. We're just discussing gameplay items, but under different formats. With the prostitutes, it doesn't much matter. At least the ones in my specific area, they'll grab anyone. Never mind like an actual registered sex offender. I don't want to take the risk. Because at least with the prostitutes, the specific one that I got to like come and like walk with me the entire time, I gave him a $20 bill, told him to go find hot food over at the local Waffle House. He left. I gave him a 20. He left me alone. Because that's pretty much most of what those sad saps are there for. They're either homeless or they're on their way to being homeless. And so if you give them money, they won't even bother. Registered sex offenders, that's not the case. You don't know. It could be something more innocuous, or it could be the most vile crime imaginable. Most vile crime imaginable. And I think, based on the report, it's like within 2 to 3 blocks of where I live. Yeah, I don't want to take that chance. So I will be looking into those calisthenics like it is nobody's business. For that exact reason. Sorry, traumatic story is traumatic. But a real lesson that I would recommend people taking away from all this is not so much, judge people by the cover or whatever. It's listen to the local news. Listen to the local news that reports things like you know, when a registered sex offender or someone on a significant watch list has moved into a specific neighborhood, pay attention to those notices. Like, be informed. That's just the main thing. There's no panic. There's no need to panic. Just read the news. Do your own research. Go confer with a government official or a government website, and then make your own decisions. That's it. That's the only lesson you should take away. The rest is history with Coin's personal history with Coin. Rasby says, I don't know, man. Blackjacks and hookers are life. No. Not for me. Maybe for other people, but not for me. Reached your daily quota of Twitch asking me, are you really sure you want to send that? Yeah, this subject's pretty thorny. NK, yeah. Listening to all this unravel, I'm really not trying to scare I'm not intentionally trying to scare a bunch of high school and middle school age children. I'm really not. But I do think it's important that people learn that life isn't always, it's not always what you see on the internet. It's not always, you know, the people that are visible on the news or in real life. Sometimes it's the stuff right there in your neighborhood. It's right there in your neighborhood. And if you don't pay attention, bad things can happen to you. If you want to defend yourself, your best bet is having situational awareness. Yeah, AKA, I'm way more aware of the people that are in my neighborhood now, as well as, like, people that typically congregate near, like, the ramps to the U.S. highway and things. And I'm not out. I'm typically not outside just walking the road randomly. That's a good way to get picked up. And perhaps cardio. Strength helps, but honestly, it will most likely do nothing. Even if you train martial arts, unless you spar, and for a significant amount of time, and then you have a marginally better chance in the right context. Yeah. What about other people? Do other people, regular people, walk on the road in that area? No. They don't. Like, people are usually outside working with their cars, mowing their lawns, or you'll see the occasional person, you know, like fixing like road lines or electric lines and such. But as far as like a regular random citizen, like anywhere on the public road just walking it, no. The only people who actively walk the roads where I am, specifically the main highway, main road, street, not so much, but the main road are the people I described, at least mine. Sounds like a pretty bad neighborhood. This is the neighborhood. We sit across the other, like, my neighborhood sits across from another one where a bunch of rundown buildings are. You put it in a really good way. Yes, I apologize for traumatizing people. That wasn't my intention. If you're talking about sex offenders, fear, and being picked up by an effing male prostitute, yes. Sorry. I did traumatize people. I will apologize for that. I hope people learned things from my story more than anything. You know, just don't, if your parents are often telling you really good reasons not to walk out randomly in neighborhoods, that's why. Yeah, Breath of the Wild. Things are very different in Europe compared to here, definitely. I imagine people like routinely walk in Europe. Cars are kind of a more specific thing, or like more regionally specific thing in Europe. This could easily fit inside of a sitcom the last minute or so. Yeah, I'd say. What quest am I wanting to do next? This is only the real life. It's good to warn people about that. I agree, but I think I could have masked that a bit better, Michael DS. This is the type of thing that, if I'm being quite honest with you, could have gone on my own Discord. That would have been a better place to talk about it. AKA, it's less monitored. That said, I'm kind of a nobody on this platform anyway, so I don't know if people are necessarily going to go looking around. And I do think it's I do think it's a good idea that we talk about this stuff sometimes. Again, not trying to put the fear of God in anybody. I'm not trying to do that. I also wasn't necessarily looking to teach a life lesson either. The conversation just sort of happened. I didn't even get the switch to think about what it was I was saying until after it had already left my mouth. But yes, if your parents say, hey, you shouldn't go out in this neighborhood, it's really dangerous, or you know, I don't want you wandering the street at this time of day or night or whatever, listen to them. They're trying to protect you. Believe them. Especially in the States. And especially if you're in a section of neighborhood that's really, like, if you're next to a whole bunch of rundown buildings, whether it's like just a few of them or a handful of them, you don't want to be out. You don't. You do not. I feel like you're a big cause for turning Breath of the Wild into Breath of the Steven about semi-controversial topics or rants. No, I don't think... I feel like... Dang it. That's not true. You aren't the only person where a real-life question gets brought up, or like a question with a real-world application gets brought up, and suddenly it gets more controversial or whatever. No, you're not the only contribution to that, nor is that necessarily a bad thing either. It just is. I've said it before, I'll say it again. If people are looking for positive vibes at all times, this is not the stream for that. It's not. We've talked about lots of things that are definitely seriously scarring to the human psyche. World is going from bad to worse in terms of security and people in general. Yeah, yikes. That's really true. I hate that. You're right, Michael DS. I hate that, but you're right. This is a masked, undercover, just chatting stream. It kind of is, and isn't. I don't want to bar people from talking about things. The only topic that I'm like kind of vigilant for now is just like local international geopolitics, because my mental health has taken some toll from talking about this stuff. I didn't wake up with nightmares prior to the current hellscape that I live in, and now I do. I wake up with this after the same nightmare every night. It's all the same. And just talking about certain things brings up the nightmares again. I don't want that. But I also don't want to deny people that either. Streaming is like a real precarious. It's like a teeter dance for me. Oh yeah, hell yeah, bring up those sensitive topics. Coin is playing tank with apologetics to cast taunt and damage reduction. Michael is playing DPS with high precision statements. You play healer with a reasonable view and hopefully from a helpful place. We're doing a campaign called Late Capitalism. Yes, we've reached the final stages where the hidden bosses are AI-generated content and slop. Governments around the world adopting fascist policies and regimes, gender war related slop, and the battle of the sexes growing like ever more burgeoning than ever before, as well as personal loneliness Those are we're in a raid, and those are our 4 bosses. I hate this like timeline that we're in, quote unquote. Here's the joke. Sometimes you do that too. That's life. That's life. We talk about serious stuff sometimes. Escapism is dead, guys, senators and inductees. Escapism is dead, and it was never exactly living to begin with. At least that's my personal opinion on it. Some people will say escapism is alive and well, and to them I would say, I think the effort to try to escape real life is live and well, but the results of it are dead. Cognition overload, loneliness epidemic, mental health crisis. Yep. I think if humanity manages to adapt with time, if humanity manages to adapt with time to this, that's going to be great. Yeah, I sure hope so. What do you mean by escapism, Raspy, the player says? It refers to stuff like rants as escapisms, for example. So, escapism would be like if I never talked about... if I were a channel that said no politics, no religion, no philosophy, no current events. If I said those 4 things, and they were ban-worthy offenses, like, I sculpted the audience to not talk about any of those things. That is like the streamer version of escapism. As far as like regular escapism, that would be things like you'd have a lot of real world issues that are on your plate, but what do you come home and do every night? You log into the MMO of your choice or a multiplayer game of your choice, and you veg out to that. Whether that's World of Warcraft, whether that's Smite, League of Legends, some card game like Magic the Gathering. That's like game-induced escapism. You also have the forms where, like, I'm going to get high on drugs or alcohol instead of actually dealing with things that bother me. So someone who's not social drinking, they're drinking to escape some situation they have, quote unquote, that's escapism. Someone who is smoking enough marijuana to enter a new state of mind or a different state of mind is exhibiting escapism. And finally, you have the denialism form of escapism, where people just attempt to live life and don't even think about it to such a degree that other people can tell they're avoiding some sort of real life problem that's either personally experienced or, you know, in my case, it would be me being part of a collective society experiencing the problem. That's also escapism. And escapism usually contributes to a problem as well. I should also say that. Escapism from the reality, Michael Diaz says. Exactly. Exactly. The effort to escape continues. But I think we're approaching the point in history where fewer and fewer avenues of that are successful, at least in the long term. Short-term escapism usually works. It's the long-term escapism that is more problematic. Rasby the player says, I define escapism as anything that feels like contributing to a problem while it contributes in the opposite direction. Yes, exactly. Spending 5 hours to brainstorm what rules to add in a group instead of spending 5 hours to talk to people, host activities, and check options. Yeah. But what you mentioned, I also consider escapism. Yeah, like everyone has different definitions of escapism on what falls under escapism versus what's coping. Like what's a coping mechanism and what's not. Escapism is just the more lay person's perspective on that. They're all coping mechanisms. Some are just better suited to contributing to escapism than others. Which is not bad. You don't think escapism is bad. It serves a role. Make sure I haven't missed something. I'd consider talking about serious issues itself escapism if it's used as a way to spin a do-nothing machine. Yeah, I suppose that's That's another way to look at it. Like if all you're doing is talking about it and you go back at kind of like carousels back around and you talk about it again and nothing has changed since the last time you talked about it, yeah, that could be a form of escapism. Definitely. Yeah, you're not trying to redefine it, impose it, or anything, right? Yeah, I'm aware of that as well, and I hope I'm not coming across as, oh, I need to beat back what you're saying. I hope I don't come across that way. If I do, if I am doing that, I apologize. You just want to share a concept in your understanding of it, yeah, and that's the kind of the thing. Is escapism is one of those things we all can kind of talk about, and you were replying to Michael, didn't tag? Sorry. Or the last sentence here is like, or like watching the news just to feel bad, or news that is least relevant to you ever. Yeah, I've had to ratchet down what I look at for the news for my personal health. Really, there's only one bit of news I truly, really care about, and that is what RFK Jr. is doing when it comes to autistic people here in the States. That's the bit of news I'm like, I've got my ear to the ground. I've got my eye on the grapevine, watching to see what comes out of that. None of it is good, but like, how bad is it exactly? That's what I'm paying attention to. Without wanting to extrapolate much further on that. Why don't we try to finish the stream with one last quest? Oh man. Oh man. It's not that I, just shut my eyes and ears to everything else. I don't do that. But the thing that I'm choosing to be inflamed, incensed, and upset about is that in specific. Everything else is just icing on top. Michael DS says you don't like to watch news in general. I don't watch news, but I do read it. Raspy the player says, your morale and view of the world is directly built from your experiences. It is. It is. Unfortunately for me, my experiences are a mishmash of good and bad, and it's kind of hard. And maybe more bad things than good. So a lot of the time, my experiences have sort of shaped me to be a vigilant, ever watchful person looking out for things I should be worried about all the time. All the time. I'm self-aware, but it's not a behavior I can seem to escape. Hey there, Klebus. Welcome on in. How are you doing over there? Is this a 24-hour stream? Shouldn't be. No, it definitely shouldn't be. What I should probably do for a 24-hour stream is... the last title said marathon, and I think that's kind of like a word people key in as being like, this thing is 24 hours. What I should probably do is put a parenthetical about, or some sort of tag or something, where people know for certain it's a 24-hour stream. But good to see you, Mr. Klebus. If you guys don't know Mr. Klebus, you should check him out. He does lots of different kinds of things, but a lot of the time it is Fortnite or some sort of action shooter type thing. Other stuff too, definitely. But that's what I know Mr. Klebus most for. So let's give him a shout out. Hopefully things are going well in your slice of terra firma, aka Estonia. Really nothing much? Good. That's way better than what happened, what we talked about last stream. Good lord. I wish my mouth wouldn't stick together like it does. Let me go back and catch up on chat here, and then we will do this last quest. So if you right, I already read that one. It's way more complicated than that. Yeah, that's certainly true. I am no psychologist. I am no practiced. I'm no like practiced therapist or psychology student, so I couldn't even begin to tell you how complicated or simple mental health issues are. I couldn't. So I try not to do that. You seem hyperfixated on control and safety. Have to be. It's part of my like lived experience. I've never met a person in my life that would come anywhere close to that. Yeah, I'm definitely aware of my shortcomings, but me being aware only makes the shortcomings worse, is what I've come to find. If I had access to a therapist, I would definitely be working on these things. For now, though, your broke boy has to first get employed and then get insurance so he could then see a therapist. But that requires getting a therapist in this hellscape of the country, and that's not going to go over too well. It costs a fortune to get one. Wow. We've managed to turn from one real-world subject to another real-world subject. How about that one? Michael DS on Twitch says, I only watch news from the internet. Yeah, I use smart news from... I have smart news and ground news on my phone. And those are like marketplaces for news articles. Yeah, marketplaces of news articles, and I can kind of sift through the ones I'm interested in. I generally read the science and technology articles that are on those two sites. That's kind of like I want to read something good that's happening. That's my form of escape, is when I'm not gaming, it's science articles. That's what keeps me going. You run from the TV news, I can't help but hear it in my house. I can't help but hear it in my house. I live with other people. They watch the TV news every damn day like it's a religion. It's worse than like listening to a sermon or proselytization from the pulpit. Playbus says, actually, my dad had some weird card charge. Sorry to hear that. Was planning stream, but it also had checked all of my cards as well. Yeah. Hopefully his card charge clears out. That Raspy the player says it really depends on the type of awareness. Awareness of danger is very different from awareness of my own patterns. For me, it's both. For me, it's both, for sure. I don't know which is more prevalent, though. It's probably a mishmash or some of each. Claybus jokes, you should all watch Fox News. JK. Oh my god, I cannot tell you what a non-joke that is for me. I feel like I'm having propaganda shoved through my ear holes whenever I walk by and see it on the TV. It's awful. It's so much of a non-joke, it's not funny. I have been working toward getting it to be on the TV less. I take that fight where I can get it. I take my victories where I can get it. Guaranteed. Rasby then says, I have a lot of awareness, but awareness of how you work, what works for me, how my body works. Yeah, but you don't have danger awareness beyond the minimal amount of it. And when you used to have a lot of it, really, you were just really anxious, insecure, and covering that through controlling the external world instead of stepping toward my internal world. Yeah. I feel like I'm in the... I feel like I'm in that controlling, like wanting to control my immediate surroundings as much as I can. As much as I am allowed the ability to do so. But something tells me the hosts are... Oh, no, that's still in reply to the previous comment. Okay. Yeah, if you want to listen to brain rot, you could turn on that channel. Or hell, you don't even have to do that. You don't even have to do that. You can just literally pull up the website. Assuming it's not like region locked or anything, you could just pull it up and read an article. It's just as bad. It's just as bad. It shows up in Smart News. It does show up on Ground News. But the difference there is, it's like, I'll read a Fox News article if I want to see what that side is like trying to spin in terms of a story. But I don't actually take it with any, like, I don't invest any, like, meaningful revelatory knowledge from it. It's propaganda. I read it for the propaganda it is. I move on. For anyone else that's here in Twitch or YouTube, that's what I recommend you do. If you're going to read that stuff, read it for the propaganda it is and move on. Don't, like, read something else afterwards. Memory hole it. Yeah, jokes aside, you've heard it's some right-wing stuff. It's right of center as far as the US is concerned. It's probably, like, less right of center if you were to look at it from European news outlets or what have you, or European perspectives. But at least here in the US, it's supposed to be a right of center news outlet. It's not as bad as Newsmax, but it is, because it's just right of center, it's also the place where propaganda gets shoved really hard. And people believe it because they're supposed to be a right of center network instead of a far right network. Best way to watch news is to already believe something and try to confirm that as much as possible. And get triggered at opposition. Yeah, if you want to participate in pick-me sports, in the pick-me Olympics, in the pick-me seating, please do. Otherwise, for your own mental health, don't. And I know it's a joke, but I'm hamming up what you got to say, Mr. Rasby. Michael Diaz says, you know the worst way to watch? It's the TV? Yeah, I get all my news online. NK on YouTube says they are back from lurking. Welcome back, good sir. You've come in just at the right moment. We're getting ready to conclude one last quest after having an hour of strange subject material / profoundly important subject material, and we'll be well on our way to ending the stream afterwards. Or engage in long arguments over the internet with bots that are built to write as triggering comments as possible. I don't even have to go that far. I have arguments with the folks I live with here. All the time. Every damn day. Or not every damn day, but if it isn't a debate, it is like, it's somewhere between a debate and an argument. All the time. All the time. All the bloody time. Almost every day. It ain't a coin stamp stream without politics appearing at least once. Yes, that is true, and I hate it. But I find, oh, don't fall in the lava. I find that is a battle worth having, at least for me. If the folks I lived with were different people, I wouldn't bother. I just tune them out. But they're not normal people. For me. So I don't, I definitely feel like I have to say at least some things. Michael DS says, the most complex Breath of the Wild live on Twitch, apparently. Playbus says PlayStation may have some big announcement tomorrow. You wonder what? It's probably some, I'm joking here, but maybe it isn't going to be a joke. It's going to be the Nintendo thing where PlayStation reveals the price of new games, updates the end user license agreement so that if you ever get a PlayStation 6 or whatever the new PlayStation console is going to be, they can brick it. It's probably going to be something like that.
Sure, Jan.
Rasby says, breath of the American politics. I'm not trying to bring the American politics here, but they come, like, as I routinely tell my folks here and, you know, my friends, you know, the politics, you can be apolitical, but for only but so long. And then afterwards, the politics will find you. And it's up to you to either embrace the politics, albeit do it your way so that you don't feed into the pick-me team sports nature of American politics, or you're going to end up with the politics catching you by the pants, and you're going to have to make some tough decisions. One of those things is going to happen, and you have control over which one, at least if you're here in the States. American politics give me headaches. Yup. Headaches. Rated E for everyone. Hate that. I feel like every time I have one of those sorts of talks, I feel like I'm engaged in anti-therapy. You know how therapy is supposed to help you overcome mental blocks? It's supposed to, you know, help you discover something about yourself. It's supposed to, you know, help you overcome some major obstacle or, you know, learn something about your therapist at the very least. For those that are ingrained with the social aspect of therapy, I feel like I'm in anti-therapy, where I don't do any of that. Rasby says, man, it's so odd. I spent the last weeks in some kind of an isolated chamber doing brainstorming and research, and you only talk with people about non-news. You have no idea what's going on in tech at all, nor do I care. Feels like a waste of time for me. That's fair. Hey, you understood what I was saying in the hot spring, right? Right. What? Really? No, there's no way you understood. No way at all. What? Oh no, I need to find a drill shaft. I can't even complete this quest because I don't have a drill shaft. Hang on. Gotta go Google where a drill shaft is. Because I broke the drill shaft that was for that particular quest. Sounds like a traditional pain avoidance loop. Smiley face. Melty puddle face emote. Is that available? Can I have that particular one? It's gotta be on the 7T TV. It's gotta be on where I can find it. Hold on. I gotta do this. Object map saves the day. It does save the day, NK. Thanks. I should probably crack that open. Right after I put the emote in the chat that I want it to be in. It's gonna be... No, it's still the... neither of these have access to the 7TV emote. Never mind. Oof. Yeah, sounds like a traditional... Yeah, I already read that. That's right. Okay. Alright. Object map time. If you guys want to use or look at the object map that NK is probably talking about, for you guys on Twitch, you can type in !BOTWCOORDMAP, and that'll give you the object map. For you guys on YouTube, it should be... It's the same command, but it's a star or an asterisk instead of an exclamation mark. YouTube and Twitch have different command infrastructures. They're set up like that on purpose so that you're not typing something in on Twitch that's not going to be on YouTube. That's what that's for. It's to keep things like delineated so that people know there's a difference. Okay, let me pull that up. And it's that one. Ah, yes, it's complete with the same filter. Now I need to not look at that. Now I search for a drill shaft. Okay, I have found 2 drill shafts. Well, I have my daily dose of the equivalent of doom scrolling. God, that's awful. But for Twitch, good night. I am so sorry that is the pain I have inflicted upon you. Here's hoping that tomorrow there's no daily dose of doom scrolling for you. I really don't like when I contribute to that. But thank you so much for stopping by, Mr. Rasby. Thank you for being here. Take care of yourself, and do stay safe out there, won't you? And with that, let's... where is it? Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one with a little gangly bit on the end. Let's go grab the drill shaft so that you can be free of my psychotic ramblings and mad scribblings and dark musings. I jest, of course. But it's the kind of jesting I'm very good at. I'm very good at self-depreciative humor, if I ever get the opportunity to say it. That's not a good quality trait, but people do find that dose of humor funny. At least in my personal experience. Your mileage may vary. Okay, there's supposed to be did I mark the right one or what? Yeah, I feel like I'm on the right structure. Let me try walking around it and seeing if there's a drill shaft. It could be related to the quest, the main quest, and now that there's no, there isn't a moblin standing there with a drill shaft in its hand. There might not be that one to get. In all seriousness, I want to thank you guys for listening to me ramble about this serious stuff. Especially those of you that are not quite adults yet. I know that's unhinged material. Especially when it comes to like the personal stories and stuff. I appreciate you giving me the latitude to see. Okay, I can actually hover over this and it tells me what it is. So this is just a plain Jane drill shaft. And if I zoom in really far, it's like here. No, I didn't want to swing that. Thank goodness it didn't hit a wall. Ah, here it is. Tucked into the little corner. Here's a drill shaft. Let's go back and turn in the quest to the kid. And then maybe we can finally, call it for today. But, yeah, thank you for listening to me ramble. Really do appreciate it. You guys mean the world to me. I want you to know that. You guys are my method, perhaps sometimes my only way of being able to vent this stuff. It sucks. I don't have any other I'm trapped between 2 echo chambers. I don't really have other people that just listen. Most of the people that are near me have an opinion. And I like that they're unabashed and unafraid to say it, but sometimes I'm just looking for people that are somewhere in the middle, or people that are like, yeah, tell us how you really feel. And, let me move about my business. Someday we'll start playing Tears of the Kingdom. Maybe someday could be today. perhaps it'll be a month whenever you're ready. An exclamation mark will not work on that, but maybe you were probably just testing that, as I think you demonstrated the, yes. Trying to summon it on Twitch. So if you want to put it on Twitch, you have to log in on Twitch to do that. StreamerBot is not set up to interface with Twitch. That is because I have a separate command bot for that. I could probably do it. I could switch totally over to StreamerBot, but Firebot has too many nice things on it. Like the ability to have a nice interface for scheduling things. So, let's see. Yeah, there's like a whole dashboard. A lot of my scheduled effects, like the ad timers and stuff, are through Firebot. How do I get bits on streams? NK on YouTube asks. How do I get bots? So bots are, you kind of have to go shopping around. For Twitch, they're kind of like a dime a dozen. There are a lot of them. You can Google them. You could use a Twitch extension for them. Whatever have you. There's a whole thing for Twitch extensions that install like chatbots. And the method varies by whatever you find. For YouTube, you have to be pickier. There just aren't as many bots for YouTube as there are for Twitch, because the Premiere feature is not used that much, and when live streams are not really a YouTube focus, so there aren't bots that are publicly advertised as just YouTube bots. I'll recommend a specific one to you, NK, so that you don't have to go shopping around. There is like a steep learning curve for it, but if you're willing to put up with a learning curve, you can do a lot with Nightbot. And the best, not Nightbot, I'm sorry, with StreamerBot. That's like the best thing about it, is that it's free. It's free to use. Nightbot falls under freemium category. That used to be the bot I used before switching to StreamerBot. Go ahead and type that in for you. There's the name of the particular bot that I use, is streamer.bot. And the neat thing about StreamerBot is that it actually crosses over into Twitch, YouTube, or Trovo. It works for all three. I don't know about Kick. It might work for Kick if you could figure out the API, like the specific API links between them. But I know at the very least Streamer.bot works for Twitch, YouTube, and Trovo. And all you have to do is whatever Google account you're using is what you would use to log into Streamer.bot with. I would recommend watching some tutorials if you intend on using Streamer.bot. It is not quite as user-friendly as Nightbot is, but Nightbot will only let you do but so many things. Whereas StreamerBot, you can do anything. Is it like TubeBuddy? I don't know what that is. Let me look it up. While I'm looking it up, Michael Diaz says, I don't know. I'm playing Stardew Valley. Oh, Stardew Valley is amazing. Yeah, it's definitely worth playing. It's a nice veggie game, as I like to call it. It's good for vegging out. Like there is a story. There are characters. There are colorful characters. But by and large, it's kind of like it's way better than Harvest Moon, where like the whole goal of that is to just focus on doing the simple things. It's definitely meant to be a cozy living space type game. I wouldn't call TubeBuddy the ultimate, or I wouldn't call it exactly like TubeBuddy or anything, because this is just a. It's like a how do I describe StreamerBot? It really is just like a chat bot with extra functions. It won't let it is free. It doesn't like help you grow your. It doesn't have tools to help you grow a YouTube channel or anything. I'm gesturing over there like it helps. It doesn't help you grow a YouTube channel. But if you get it set up, it will let you like kind of take your hands off the steering wheel for YouTube streaming. All of the timers and stuff, like the UI, couldn't tell you. I don't know. Because I don't know it. I've never used TubeBuddy before. But if you have used TubeBuddy before, and then you go look at a video for StreamerBot, you might be able to get that information for yourself. You might be able to answer that question, because I can't. Michael DS on Twitch says, have I already played Stardew Valley? Yes, I have. I made it to the second year, vanilla. And then when mods were a big thing, I moved over to modded Stardew Valley. And I've been having a blast with it. There's a total overhaul Stardew Valley collection I've been using that has like 735 plus mods for it. Because I'm a huge craftaholic, in case anyone didn't know that. I like crafting in video games. I like it a lot. That's my vegetation activity, is let me mine and gather and craft things. A lot. I'm a huge craft junkie. Love that stuff. And I will often set up many stations for artisanal goods in Stardew Valley. You got your wine, you have the kegs for the wine brewing, you got the preserves for jams, jellies, and pickles. You've got the casks for making vinegar. You have stations to make kombucha / tea / coffee. Mine, collect, craft, Minecraft? Oh no. That's a whole different game. I'm running over time now, or I'd share the story. But Minecraft and I go back a long way, and I did used to play that game a lot earlier on. I would have been like in my late teens, upper 20s when I had a Minecraft account. Yeah, I had a demotivating experience with Minecraft. I'll just put it that way. I'll share it next stream, though, provided you're there, since I know you're the one that invoked that particular game's name. Don't tell me that stick is... Yes, I found the stick. That's the drill shaft I hid, right? Actually, I need to get a better look at it. Show it to me now. I hope this is the correct one. Oh, I guess so. It's suspicious, though. I can't help thinking that's the drill shaft I hid. There's no mistaking it. It was definitely a big noise. Could this person be... so you went and found the drill shaft I hid. Well, it looks like I lost this battle. You can go ahead and keep that drill shaft. Thanks for talking to me. I'm challenging my Gramps again to see who can soak in the hot spring the longest. Good on you, buddy. Good on you. We're going to save so I don't have to do that again. I guess there will be a third version of this thumbnail that I need to make. And then hopefully we will get the quests done tomorrow. I sort of intended to be done today, but that's not how gaming works. Also, I got entirely too sucked up in conversation, which happens for streams a lot. That's kind of a good thing, actually, because then it means I'm not just talking about gaming stuff all the time. You can only listen to someone talking about, I plucked the turnip and reel the fish off the rod so many times, and it kind of gets boring after that. Let's see. Oh, there's Saribot. I don't know why it was missing earlier. Yeah, I'm feeling hungry, so I'm gonna go cut and run. But before I do, I'm gonna shout out a pair of streamers for you guys. If you guys like Canadian streamers, you guys will enjoy them immensely. Their names are Cheese Whiz and Squillakilla, and they are doing some. They've done quite a bit of collabing together actually over the years, but they're doing some Elden Ring Night Rain stuff. So Night Rain is like the roguelike multiplayer version of Elden Ring. You go through a series of stages and you beat bosses at the end of each one. And there's a mechanic similar to, say, Fortnite, where the operational area that you have to work with does get smaller over time. So if you like that type of game, but with all the Dark Souls and Elden Ring mechanics you know and love, then you'll enjoy watching Night Rain. And if not, you'll figure out whether or not you do enjoy it. But here comes those shout outs. What's really nice about collaborative streams like this is that you'll get the combined number of chatters in both rooms. They become one chat room and everything. So if you like big chat rooms, you'll enjoy this. We'll be back tomorrow doing the usual. You guys know how that goes, and hopefully the usual is going to be better off this time. And I don't get stuck in an hour of really deep and powerful conversation like I did last time, eh? Thank you guys so much. My name is Coinstamp. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. I apologize for getting as deep in the weeds as I was, but it felt good to do this. So thank you guys for giving me the space, love, and patience to talk about these things. It means a lot. We'll be back tomorrow. If you guys want to find me or be a part of the hallowed halls, as it were, well, either Twitter/Blue Sky or my personal Discord server. Take your pick. But you're more than welcome to message me there in any of those places at any time. Stay safe. Take care of yourselves out there, my senators and inductees. And with that, goodbye.